here and hopefully nail one, make him go a long distance.
Senior Andy Groom from Columbus, waiting at his own 35 for the snap to kick the ball away. 10 Illini on the line of scrimmage coming after him. Chest high snap. Groom gets it off from the 40. Eugene Wilson for Illinois, left side, fields it at the 15. Moving middle of the field, 17 to the 20-yard line, and down goes Eugene Wilson at his own 25. Donnie Nicky stops him with 1:04 to play in the fourth quarter.
Minute 4. No timeouts left. Illinois just needs to get 3 points to tie this game up.
Yep.
So it's not really all that difficult. Of course, their kicker would have to knock one through. But come on, Buckeye defense. How about 3 now?
Buckeyes have come up with the only turnover of the game, a fumble that Tim Anderson recovered after Antonio Harris left it on the carpet. John Butcher comes out. Kerry Davis in the backfield with him. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Illinois first and 10 from their own 25. John Butcher to throw. Back at his own 15. Puts it into the air. Hits Brandon Lloyd at the 30-yard line. Makes the catch in front of Matt Wilhelm. And under a minute to play. The clock's still moving.
It's going to take some time off the clock here.
Illinois burned up all their timeouts. They're 2nd and 5 from their own 30. Davis again alone in the backfield. 4 receivers. Butcher to throw. Backed up at his 20. Throws left side and is batted down at the line of scrimmage. It was thrown on a left angle, but Thompson at the 30.
Big fella got his paw in there and sets up a 3rd and 5. Good job. He was working against the left side of the offensive line and got his hand up there and knocked that thing back.
42 seconds left in the game. As much a factor as Illinois' 3rd and 5 from their own 30. 16-13 Ohio State leading. Lewis and Moorhead wide left. Young and Lloyd wide right. Kerry Davis alone in the backfield. And John Butcher looking to throw on 3rd down. Back at his 20. John Butcher looking, throws left side, incomplete.
Lloyd!
At the 34, Lloyd let it fall right through his hands. So with 37 seconds left, obviously Illinois going for it on 4th down.
Butcher threw that one just a little bit behind Lloyd there. He was on a crossing route, came all the way across the Buckeye defense. You can see him up here wide open. By the time Butcher saw him, he threw the ball just a little bit behind him.
Yeah, 37 seconds left. This is it for Illinois. 4th and 5 of their own 30. This also is their shot at trying to stay alive for a bowl bid. 4 receivers, 2 each direction. Kerry Davis alone in the backfield on 4th down. And John Butcher looking to throw, fires, and that one's caught at the 37-yard line for a 1st down as Robert Reynolds makes the tackle of Greg Lewis. So Illinois keeps the sticks moving.
Well, they got enough there to pick up the 1st down.
31 seconds left in the game.
You think they'd have to throw it towards the sidelines here with not a whole lot of time left.
The Illini 31 seconds left on the 1st down, trailing by 3. Butcher looking, throws left side, and it's caught by Moorhead, who's out of a couple of tackles and taken down at his own 47 near another 1st down with 20 seconds to play. 21 seconds, excuse me.
And that'll stop the clock until they get it spotted. I was hoping he'd be a little bit short there. Some more time would tick off, but just enough to pick up that 1st down. Check and measure it.
I thought he had enough, honestly, Jim. Aaron Moorhead with another big catch coming off. Yeah.
They're going to come, bring the sticks out and check.
21 seconds remaining in the game here in Champaign. It's stretched out, and he got it by a hair.
Gives it time for Butcher to come over and talk to Ron Turner.
They're trying to do as much as they can with as little as possible. No timeouts. Young and Lloyd wide to the right. Moorhead, who made that catch, wide to the left. Now Lewis will come and set as 3 receivers on the right. Kerry Davis in the backfield. 1st and 10 Illinois at their own 47. Butcher to Bevan. Now rolling right side from the 40. Looks to throw. That ball's caught at the 30 of Ohio State by Aaron Moorhead. He makes the grab at the Buckeye 30-yard line. Aaron Moorhead knocked down with 10 seconds to play.
Now you got to come up and they're going to just spike it and then try to come on and kick the field goal to tie it up.
Well, Butcher gets him to the line of scrimmage. John Butcher. 2 receivers wide each direction. Now they make the whistle to start the clock, and Butcher strikes it with 7 seconds left. Well, how about Aaron Moorhead and the way he's shown up here in this last possession?
Well, he's a senior playing his last home game. You expect those guys to step up and make plays, and certainly he did it. Now it's Gockman's turn. See if he can step up and make a play.
Of course, Gockman missed a 49-yard try earlier. This is going to be put down by Tubbs at the 38. So a 48-yard try by John Gockman to try to put the game to overtime. Everybody set with 7 seconds left. It's 16-13 Ohio State leading. Gockman's kick in the air. He's got it. 2 seconds left. John Gockman hits a 48-yard field goal to tie the game. And for the first time ever, Ohio State will play an overtime game.
And you mentioned earlier, Jim, historic because of that.
First play of overtime. Ohio State first and 10.
If you remember, overtime started in 1996. The Big Ten that week had put out the notes that Ohio State was the last Big Ten team of the configuration at that time to ever play. They had not ever played in an overtime game. And as we found out even after that, it'd be something we'd have to get used to for a little while.
Yeah, it was. You going back, we talked about it, I think, almost before every broadcast. Hey, Paul, you got the overtime stuff? Yeah, I got the overtime stuff. Did you got the rules? Yeah, I got the rules. Okay, it never came up. Another year. Hey, you got that just in case? Yeah, I got it just in case. Okay, never came up. Here we go, 2002, our 5th year doing it together. It finally came up where Ohio State needed those overtime rules. But how about Gockman? I mean, that kicker there was 3 of 4. The only miss he had was a 59-yarder, and he wasn't expected it. He had a 40, a 47, and then the 48-yarder with no time left to put Illinois, to tie up the ball game and get it into overtime.
And as we heard, Illinois was trying to keep their chances for a bowl game alive. So timeout with the end of regulation and the start of overtime in 2002. Ohio State and Illinois tied at 16. From Learfield IMG College, this is the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving small business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push to well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. And now, Archie Griffin, football's only 2-time Heisman Trophy winner, to tell you about Encova Insurance.
Much like in athletics, Encova Insurance relies on teamwork, accountability, and dedication to execute a successful game plan. Your independent Encova Insurance agent can create a personalized solution for all your insurance needs. With smart digital solutions, superior financial strength, local expertise, and more, Encova provides a full range of products to encircle businesses and individuals with coverage at every step in life's journey. They remain dedicated to progress and continue to strive to be the most trusted and responsive provider of industry-leading solutions. Hard work and passion are critical components of any winning team. Count on Encova Insurance as your local team to provide peace of mind. Contact your independent Encova Insurance agent or visit Encova.com for more information.
From Learfield IMG College, this is the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
A reminder to stay with us after the game for the Encova Insurance postgame show. We'll announce our postgame awards, including the IBEW Electric Play of the Game, and hand out our Buckeye Leaves presented by Honda, celebrating 40 years of manufacturing right here in Ohio. And with today's cancellation of the Ohio State scheduled game at Illinois, we are reliving the Buckeyes matchup with the Illini in the national championship season of 2002. Illinois won the coin toss and elected to play defense, so Ohio State would have the ball first and 10 at the Illinois 25 to start overtime.
Yep, we get set to go. First play of overtime. Ohio State first and 10 at Illinois' 25. Krenzel under center, 3-receiver alignment. He throws for Vance left side, incomplete at the 18-yard line. Through his hands as Chris Vance was covered by cornerback Michael Hall.
He threw that one a little bit early before Chris came out of his break there. And as soon as Chris came out of his break, he turned and the ball zipped past his head.
So second and 10 for the Buckeyes at Illinois' 25 here in overtime. The game tied at 16.
I guess they don't have a whole lot of confidence in that rushing game. When they had the opportunity to rush just for 10 yards, we couldn't get it done. So.
Yep, and we're not going to see a tailback again. It'll be Brandon Schnitker in backfield with Craig Krenzel working from a shotgun. Campbell and Jenkins wide left, Vance wide right on second and 10 from Illinois' 25. Blitzed by the Illini. Krenzel looking to throw. Right side Krenzel in trouble. He shovels it upfield, and it's caught by Vance, who falls into the end zone.
He dropped
it.
He
dropped the ball.
Yep.
Dropped it at the 1. Chris Vance came knifing off the right side and dropped the football near the goal line.
Well, it's just all in the 25.
Third and 10.
Yeah, if we don't get anything here, we're going to have a 42-yard field goal.
Chris Vance got inside of Wilson, but ball hit him in the hands, and he spit it right up.
Which isn't easy. You're right. He caught that ball going across the goal line, but it just fell out. Couldn't hang on to it. Krenzel did time.
So third and 10, Ohio State at Illinois' 25 here in overtime. Michael Jenkins wide to the left. Chris Gamble, Chris Vance wide to the right. Brandon Schnicker at fullback. Craig Krenzel in his shotgun. Motioning from right to left. Krenzel with the football. Dropping back to throw from the 34. Looking. Krenzel rolling left side and running. 25, 20, 15 for Krenzel, who's got the first down, and he goes down around the 12-yard line. So the Buckeyes pick up the first down on the run by the quarterback, Craig Krenzel. Makes the stop of Krenzel.
That's living on the edge here. Craig Krenzel rolling out, looking. Can't find anybody. Finds a little seam to run up in front of the Buckeyes sideline there and takes up the first down.
First and 10 at Illinois' 11 on the run by Craig Krenzel. Game tied at 16. This is the first possession of the first overtime. Michael Jenkins and Chris Gamble wide to the left. Chris Vance wide right. Brandon Schnicker the lone setback as Krenzel will crouch under his center. Takes the ball. Back to throw. Rolling right side Krenzel. He's at the 15. Still with the ball Krenzel. Looking now. He tries to move up the middle. Gets to the 10 and dives and lands inside the 10. Krenzel goes down about the 8. Illinois' Jerry Schumacher hauls him down.
Illinois defenders doing a good job wiring up our receivers there. Krenzel looked and he bought a little extra time running that football there. Couldn't find anything. First I thought maybe he's thinking run all the way there, but he continued to look for receivers down the field. Couldn't come up with one.
Maurice Hall into the game, replacing Brandon Schnicker. So for the first time in overtime, the Buckeyes use a tailback. 2nd and 7 at the Illini 8. Vance wide left. Gamble and Jenkins wide right. Hall alone in the backfield. Krenzel under his center, Nick Mangold. And Krenzel with the ball. Hands Maurice Hall running left side to the 5 to the end zone. Maurice Hall with a touchdown for Ohio State here in overtime on an 11-yard run. Beg your pardon, that's an 8-yard run.
Good block there on the left side of the offensive line. Adrian Clark, Ivan Douglas, Nick Mangold, Alex Stepanovich doing a good job cutting off. Finds a nice seam from Maurice Hall to sneak through him, pick up a Buckeye touchdown in overtime.
And not that point afters are never important, but incredibly important here. Mike Nugent on to try it. Maurice Hall with his 3rd touchdown of the year, and it comes in overtime. Andy Groom to put the ball down for the point after. The kick by Nugent is up, and Mike Nugent hits it. So Ohio State takes a 23-16 lead over Illinois here in overtime on an 8-yard run by Maurice Hall. Now the Illini will have the ball at Ohio State's 25. They've got to score a touchdown and kick an extra point to force a second overtime. On the field to Jim Carsados.
Guys, great plays by Craig Krenzel that time. He made the plays. He kept the play going. Whether he did, Craig Krenzel made good decisions, and he made some big plays on that little drive.
So Illinois' offense on the field. 1st and 10 at Ohio State's 25. Driving the same side of the field, the right side. Harris alone in the backfield. Butcher fakes and rolls to throw. From the 35, hit and sacked at the 35-yard line. And it's David Thompson who got the start today in place of the injured Darian Scott. And he lowers the boom on John Butcher.
Picked up the 2nd sack of the ball game for him, with the 5th for the Buckeyes. And tell you what, that's the way to start out. 10-yard sack. Good job by David Thompson, working hard, blowing through Butcher.
2nd and 20 for Illinois at the 35 of Ohio State. 2nd possession of overtime. The Illini send Aaron Moorhead wide left. Walter Young, 1 of 2 receivers. Greg Lewis to the right. Buckeyes show a blitz. Harris alone in the backfield as John Butcher's back to throw. Butcher setting for the 44. Right side, puts that ball in the air. Caught by Walter Young at the 14. And taken out of bounds on the right side is Walter Young by cornerback Dustin Fox. But Illinois still needs to pick up more for a first down.
About a yard short, Paul. Yard short there. Good job. Young wide open, standing by the sideline. Butcher did a good job finding him. Young's working against Dustin Fox, and they've gone to him. That's his 10th catch of the ball game.
Yeah, why not, with as well as he's played. 3rd and 1, Illinois. Ball marked at the Ohio State 16. Here in overtime, 23-16, the Buckeyes with a lead. Greg Lewis, Aaron Moorhead wide to the left. Walter Young wide right. Antonio Harris alone in the backfield. Butcher under center, Duke Preston with the football. Hands to Harris through right guard. Got the first down and taken down at the 11-yard line. Robert Reynolds finally made the stop. Simon Frazier with first contact. But Illinois, the first down on the run by Harris.
Illinois come back with 2 positive plays after the Buckeyes get that sack on the opening play. They come back and respond. Showing some resiliency here.
1st and 10 Illinois at Ohio State's 11-yard line. Buckeyes up 23-16 in overtime. Walter Young, Greg Lewis wide left, Aaron Moorhead wide right. Antonio Harris, who picked up the first down in the backfield. Buckeyes showing a blitz. Butcher is now calling an audible. He calls a timeout at the line of scrimmage.
They had one of their linemen move before he called that timeout, but I don't think they saw that. They're going to go ahead and give him the timeout.
So the Illini get the timeout. On first down, we are in overtime. The Buckeyes and the Illini were tied at the end of regulation at 16 as John Gockman kicked a 48-yard field goal. How big is that in a year in which Illinois has gone back and forth between kickers? Gockman generally has been just their long kicker in situations like that.
Yeah, they found one at the right time.
Yep.
Overtime format, each team gets one timeout per overtime period.
Yes.
Illinois just used theirs.
So again, Ohio State scored on their possession in overtime on an 8-yard point after. Illinois, to force a second overtime, needs to get a touchdown and a PAT.
Now, knowing that, it's all 4-down territory.
Exactly. Exactly.
You go until you run out of downs in this situation.
Here's the other scenario to keep in mind, too. If Illinois turns the ball over, it's over.
It's over.
It's over. A turnover after you are trailing in overtime ends the game.
Well, I saw Chris Gamble last time matched up against Walter Young, and I'm thinking about all our other road trips this year.
When he's
maybe
intercepted
Gamble
the ball.
can come up with another one. Let's see if they send Young out to the wide side of the field.
Overtime came into 1A football in 1996, and this is the first time ever Ohio State's played one. 1st and 10 Illinois at Ohio State's 11. Lewis wide left, Young wide right. Harris, the lone setback, gets the give, moving up the middle, and he's taken down at the 4. Michael Dawson, C. Grant with a stop on Antonio Harris. The 9-yard line.
C. Grant, number 6, and Mike Dawes, number 2, make the stop.
Right there, he just tried to cut it backside there. Harris did. He started to the onside to left side and found a little seam to the backside, but the Buckeye defense is right there to shut him down.
2nd and 8 Illinois at Ohio State's 9 in overtime. Illinois going to send 3 receivers to the left. One man, Moorhead, to the right. Kerry Davis is in the backfield for John Butcher. Lobs it right corner of the end zone for Moorhead. Catches it, but he's out of bounds. Dustin Fox forced Moorhead out of bounds on the right corner of the end zone.
3rd down. That time Moorhead went up. We talked about the senior stepping up, making some plays. He stepped up. He gave position to get that field goal. Couldn't come up with that one. Moorhead's got 4 catches for 40 yards, but that one didn't count.
And Dustin Fox, who's had a difficult time at that corner spot all day, comes up with a big defensive stop.
Good call by the field judge right there in the proper position to make the call.
Third,
been on the Big Ten officials all year. That was a good call.
3rd and 8 Illinois at Ohio State's 9. 2 receivers to the left. Moorhead, the single flanker, to the right. Antonio Harris in the backfield for Butcher, who looks to throw. Throwing left corner of the end zone. Caught. No, they say he went out of bounds in the left corner. Guarded by Chris Gamble, they say he juggled the football. So it'll be 4th down for Illinois. Let's check in on the field with J.K.
Guys, he was juggling the ball. He did not have control when he went out of bounds. That was the only place they were going to go right there. Gamble was there. Nice pass, though, and almost a great catch.
Oh, that was close. I saw the replay. Wasn't a whole lot of jiggle in that juggle.
So 4th and 8, Illinois at Ohio State's 9. The Illini need a touchdown here, or the Buckeyes win it in overtime. Brandon Lloyd, Walter Young wide left, Aaron Moorhead wide right. Kerry Davis in the backfield, and Ohio State will take a defensive timeout. 23-16, the Buckeyes leading Illinois here in the first overtime. 2 plays on both ends of the end zone. Aaron Moorhead catches one but does not come down inbounds. Walter Young juggles one as he's near the out-of-bounds line. So John Butcher, the junior quarterback from Wheaton, Illinois, has his team in the huddle. We'll see Brandon Lloyd, Greg Lewis go wide to the left with Walter Young. Aaron Moorhead wide to the right. Kerry Davis, the lone setback. 4th and 8, Illinois at Ohio State's 9 in overtime. Buckeyes showing blitz. Butcher back to throw. Right corner of the end zone. Ball knocked out. Game's over. Ball was batted down at the line of scrimmage. Batted down at the line of scrimmage, and Ohio State wins in overtime.
Bring the blitz, baby.
First
Stick the dog.
ever overtime game, and Ohio State wins it. First time in school history, the Buckeyes go to 12-0, and they keep their dreams of a Big Ten championship and maybe bigger alive with a 23-16 win at Illinois.
And right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
Always and forever, your Ohio State flagship station.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Well, that thriller in 2002 saw Ohio State in overtime defeat Illinois 23-16. From Learfield IMG College, this is the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
I'm Maggie Griffin, and I'm working to end hunger in my community. I saw families with no access to fresh, healthy foods and knew I had to find a solution. At Ohio State, I connected farming and social work to build a solution from the ground up. And now, I deliver nourishing produce to my neighbors who need it most. All of this because I chose to be a Buckeye.
Find out more at osu.edu/stories.
Stay tuned for the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show coming up. Brought to you by Bob Evans Farms and by Honda on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James.
Football's Archie Griffin for Encova Insurance.
Much like in athletics, Encova Insurance relies on teamwork, accountability, and dedication to execute a successful game plan. With smart digital solutions, superior financial strength, and more, Encova provides a full range of insurance products to encircle businesses and individuals with coverage at every step in life's journey. Contact your independent Encova insurance agent or visit Encova.com for more information.
Hi, this is Paul Keels, voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. The convenience stores of Speedway is proud to be a sponsor of Ohio State Athletics and your first choice for value and convenience. Start your day at Speedway with a great selection of hot and cold beverages, energy drinks, pastries, and everything else you need to get going. Speedway, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
We're on stores of Speedway.
And now, a moment of chill from Coors Light. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill in a canoe, holding a beer instead of a paddle. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Now back to the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield IMG College on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James.
Well, because of today's cancellation, we've had a chance to relive a 18 overtime win at Illinois in 2002. One point we should make, Jim, this was prior to replay review. Had that been in effect, that game probably would have been a lot longer than what it was.
Yeah, there would have been about a 10-minute review on that last play.
Maybe the last two.
Last two, yeah. It was, and again, that was just a different era of football. And, I don't mind not having replay. Sometimes it's called, you just live with it, and you go on with that call, and you argue on Monday and Tuesday and, all those days after the game. But during the game, you just kind of go through it. Now that we have replay, football games now is about 3 hours and 45 minutes, and replay is usually about a half hour of that. And I don't know if that's good for anybody to sit there and watch replay screens and things like that. Back then, the games just moved a little bit faster, and like you said, a play was called, and you live with it. But, going back to that season, 2002 National Championship year, obviously we saw what they did in the National Championship game where they held Miami. They had first and goal at like the 3-yard line, and they were able to stop them, keep them out here. Yard line, Illinois, and the defense was able to step up and make some plays and get stops when you needed to. And that's just, Jim Haycock, the defensive coordinator on that side of the ball, they've all done fantastic jobs. There's such many great coaches at Ohio State in the history, but that year, those guys had them all locked in and were playing at a really high level.
They sure did. 23-16, the final. Ohio State defeats Illinois in overtime in 2002. We'll have more of the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show coming up from Learfield IMG College. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James.
I'm former linebacker James Laurinaitis, and I'm proud to partner with your locally owned Papa John's stores to help beat cancer in Columbus. Papa John's gives over $100,000 each year to the Buckeye Cruise for Cancer and the James at Ohio State. Help us raise even more money now through February. Use promo code BUCKUP at papajohns.com. You'll save $2 on orders over $20, and Papa John's will donate $1 to the James. Help us buck up and beat cancer.
Celebrity voice impersonation not an endorsement. Why go to a single furniture store when you can go to Big Sandy Superstore? Shop and compare America's top 5 mattress brands, plus Nectar and Purple. And choose from over 22,000 in-stock appliances from the top brands at the guaranteed lowest price. Or furnish the room of your dreams with a large selection of American-built furniture. With financing plans for just about anyone, there's nowhere else quite like it. Big Sandy Superstore.
The Electrical IntelliData Professionals of Central Ohio, represented by IBEW Local Union 683 and the Central Ohio chapter of NECA, are proud to support our team for another electrifying season. Whatever your electrical IntelliData needs, you'll be a winner by getting wired by our professionals. Spearheading these state-of-the-art services is our Electrical Trades Center in Columbus, Ohio. Implementing both classroom and on-the-job instruction, they assure continued top performance. To find an electrical IntelliData professional, visit www.cohneca.org. We'll see you at the game.
Your home of the Buckeyes. The Fan.
Buckeye fans, AEP Energy is redefining the game with renewable energy plans for your home or business. Visit aepenergy.com/OSU to get started. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. We've been bringing you the 2002 Overtime Classic, Ohio State defeating Illinois 23-16, and more. The Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show coming up from Learfield IMG College. This is the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this at 3 a.m. tonight? Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to save. Got the coverage on my brand new ride. State Farm race. Yeah, they're great. State Farm, State Farm, State Farm race.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Extended for one final weekend. It's the final days of Morris Homes Black Friday furniture freebies. Buy an item, get a companion item free. Choose from 50 freebies like buy a sofa, get the love seat free, or in the Better Sleep Shop, get a free gift card up to $300 with your qualifying purchase. Plus, 50 doorbusters at unbeatable prices. 50 months no interest and free delivery. The styles you want, quality you deserve, and savings you love. Expect more at Morris Home and morrisathome.com. Qualifying purchases only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Come on over to Heartland.
On football Saturdays, we watch legends made on the field. But did you know that the agriculture field is Ohio's largest industry? With our dedicated team of agribusiness state farmers, consider Heartland. I'm Scott McComb, CEO. Come on over to Heartland, where banking really feels good.
Where banking feels good. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. This is the Encova Insurance Buckeye, presented by the James.
Our game summary of the 2002 Ohio State-Illinois matchup brought to you by the James. Introducing the James Cancer Diagnostic Center, the first step in determining your specific type of cancer from the experts who study and treat cancer every day. Learn more at cancer.osu.edu. The game started with a pair of Mike Nugent field goals in the first quarter for Ohio State, a 33-yarder and a 47-yarder to give the Buckeyes a 6-0 lead after one. Illinois then scored first early in the second quarter when John Bachman booted a 40-yard field goal, and that took us into the halftime mark, moving into the third quarter. The first touchdown of the game came on a 19-yard John Butcher touchdown pass to Walter Young. Peter Christopoulos with the extra point that gave Illinois the lead. Michael Jenkins then caught a 50-yard scoring toss from Craig Krenzel. Mike Nugent with a point after. John Gochman again in the third. Illinois booted a 47-yard field goal to tie the game at 13. In the fourth, Ohio State reclaimed the lead on a Mike Nugent 37-yard field goal to go up 16-13, but then John Gochman in the final seconds of the fourth quarter booted a 48-yarder for Illinois to tie the game at 16 and put Ohio State in overtime for the first time ever. The Buckeyes on the first possession got an 8-yard touchdown run from Maurice Hall with Nugent's point after to take the 23-16 lead. Illinois got the ball, their overtime possession, and they were unable to convert on fourth down, and that brought us to the final margin of victory in 2002. 23-16, Ohio State defeating Illinois in overtime. More of the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show coming up from Learfield IMG College. This is the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
Go Buckeyes! Let's win this game! I love tailgating, the best darn band in the land. My mom makes me say,
Les knows Buckeye fans love game day.
You better be wearing scarlet and gray.
That's why Safelite takes care of auto glass damage anywhere in Buckeye Nation, giving you more time for game time.
Safelite, a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
This is Urban Meyer. We are facing an extraordinary challenge, prescription drug misuse among people of all ages. For over a decade, Cardinal Health, a sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, has supported the Ohio State College of Pharmacy's Generation RX, an engaging program to teach people of all ages about using medication safely. When Buckeye Nation engages around a great cause, we can do anything, and you can be part of the solution. Remember, never share your medications and always dispose of them properly. Learn more at generationrx.org.
You think buckling up is a personal choice? That it doesn't hurt anyone else? You would be wrong. Your choice could shatter the lives of your family, friends, and everyone you know. That's why we enforce seatbelt laws, to save lives. Think about that every time you drive. Buckling up isn't just a good idea, it's a choice between surviving a crash or not. Make sure you and everyone in the vehicle buckles up every time. Click it or ticket. Paid for by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Hi, this is Paul Keels, voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. The Convenience Stores of Speedway is proud to be a sponsor of Ohio State Athletics and your first choice for value and convenience. Start your day at Speedway with a great selection of hot and cold beverages, energy drinks, pastries, and everything else you need to get going. Speedway, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
We're on your way, the convenience stores of Speedway.
Your Ohio State flagship station, The Fan. Now back to the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield IMG College on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by The James.
Because of today's cancellation, we've been bringing you the 2002 Ohio State-Illinois game. It was won by the Buckeyes in overtime. Time for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers electric play of the game. It was the final play of the game.
4th and 8, Illinois at Ohio State's 9 in overtime. Buckeyes showing blitz. Butcher back to throw. Right corner of the end zone. Ball knocked out. Game's over. Ball was batted down at the line of scrimmage. Batted down at the line of scrimmage, and Ohio State wins in overtime.
The electric play of the game brought to you by the IBEW Local Union 683 and the Central Ohio chapter of the NECA and the Electrical and Teledata Professionals of Central Ohio. For your next project, visit COHNECA.org. Defensively, Ohio State in that game held Illinois to 8 of 19 on Big Sandy third down conversions. Big Sandy, your home furnishing superstore. The top brands in furniture, mattresses, appliances, and HD TVs all under one roof. Come see what the superstore experience is all about at your local Big Sandy superstore. Some of the other stats, Jim?
Well, back from the 2002 game, the Buckeyes had 66 offensive plays, 321 yards, 145 on the ground, 176 in the air. Illinois had 80 offensive plays for 358 yards. Buckeyes held the Illini just to 53 yards rushing. They had 305 yards rushing overall, and the Buckeye defense picked up 6 sacks against the Illini. Individually for Ohio State, Maurice Hall had 17 carries for 69 yards and a touchdown. Lydell Ross, 15 carries for 51 yards. Craig Krenzel, 12 carries for 26 yards. Craig Krenzel throwing the football, 10 of 21 for 176. He was sacked 4 times. He had 1 TD. Michael Jenkins was the leading receiver. He had 6 catches for 147 yards at TD. We had 4 other receivers, all with 1 catch. Andy Grooms had 5 punts for a 43.8 average. Individually for Illinois, Harris had 21 carries for 62 yards. They had no rushing touchdowns. John Butcher was 27 of 45 for 305 yards. He had 1 TD. And Walter Young, you heard his name a lot. He had 10 catches for 144 yards and a TD, catches for 48. And Brandon Lloyd had 4 catches for 33 yards.
Final stats brought to you by Schneider Downs. Businesses today face new challenges unforeseen just a year ago. Schneider Downs offers the solutions you need to navigate these uncertain times. Accounting, tax, risk management, consulting, and cybersecurity. For big thinking with a personal focus, visit SchneiderDowns.com. And more of the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show coming up from Learfield IMG College. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by The James.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving small business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push to well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics sponsor of Ohio.
Everyone's so busy keeping up. Forget about the Joneses. We all on our telephones with the texts and the tweets and the beats. What he said, she said, can't even follow the through. We all go. Me, I like keeping up too, with my Corona and my attitude. That's La Vida Más Fina.
Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer. Imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. This is the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield State Sports Network, presented by the James.
We've been listening to Ohio State's overtime victory over Illinois in 2002, and in that game, the Buckeyes picked up 16 first downs, brought to you by Kroger. Kroger Pickup is the easy way to get what you want right when you need it. Try Kroger Pickup today in the Kroger app or Kroger.com. The next scheduled game for Ohio State is a week from today, next Saturday. They are scheduled to play at Michigan State. Certainly a lot needs to be taken care of for that to possibly even happen. How about early on here, the Spartans have jumped out to a 17-0 lead early in the second quarter over Northwestern, Jim.
Yeah, I just saw that. They just grabbed another touchdown. Rocky Lombardi playing some of his best football that we've seen all year. And, knowing him a little bit, I got a chance to meet him over the summer. He's a kid that's worked extremely hard. And, he's a guy that really, coming off two bad performances. Let's face it, they lost to Iowa. They got blown out, lost to last week. So they're coming back and making some plays against a Northwestern team that, was undefeated here at halftime. But it is, well, not halftime, but almost halftime. A little bit early that they're playing as well as they are. Of course, everybody over at the Woody Hayes, all those coaches are watching this game as close as possible because that's going to be their next opponent next week. So you know what you got. You're going to get a chance to get a good look at them right now, and they're playing at a pretty good level.
Well, the game we just experienced, 2002, Ohio State beating Illinois in overtime. The Buckeyes scored 2 touchdowns, meaning Heartland Bank Community Foundation will make 2 donations to the USO of Central and Southern Ohio, benefiting our active duty military personnel and their families. For more information or to support our troops, go to usocso.org and be the force behind the forces. But we will reiterate, based on the press conference that we carried live earlier today, with Ohio State's game being canceled against Illinois, still a lot of questions, Jim, that there's no answers to.
There isn't, and you said it best. Everything's scheduled. We don't know for sure what's going to happen. We're going to try to get it played, and I think that's the way Ohio State has to look at it. Certainly, there's going to be a pause with their activities, early in the week. Now, they're thinking if they can get back on a Thursday, get a good practice there, a Friday practice, kind of a walkthrough, travel, a noon start, that they can, maybe get it in. But there's a lot of things that obviously have to happen. And what most importantly has to happen is, number one, guys got to get well, and 2, they need negative tests. Any more positives, we'll be doing some more replays next week if that's the case.
And speaking of that, hats off once again, going above and beyond Skip Mossick for making our replay happen today of Ohio State's victory over Illinois, 23-16 in overtime from 2002. Coming up next in our Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show, we'll turn things over to Brandon Beam and Tim Hall from Learfield IMG College. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James.
We educate the next generation of scientists and leaders, equipping them with the support and resources they need to reach their full potential. Setting the standard for what it means to be a modern land-grant institution, providing practical solutions that serve Ohioans, advancing industry, advancing science, and most importantly, advancing people. The Ohio State University College of Food, Agricultural, and Environmental Sciences. Join us. We sustain life.
Bob Evans asks, who will be the superior side? Is it the rich, creamy, indulgent classic Bob Evans mashed potatoes? Or is it that decadent union of pasta and cheese, Bob Evans mac and cheese? Is it farm fresh potatoes blended with real milk and butter for that just like homemade taste? Or is it the melting, gooey goodness of tender elbow macaroni smothered in real cheese sauce? Both are ready in just minutes. So, which delicious side will you choose? Find Bob Evans in the refrigerated section.
Hear every Buckeye game every year. The Fan. Now back to the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield IMG College on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James. From Learfield IMG College, the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James Brings You Extended Buckeye Postgame, presented by Encova Insurance. Here's your host, Paul.
Well, it's a great day to be a Buckeye, as always, even though there was no game against Illinois. Brandon Beam and Timmy Hall live here. Game show. Skip Mossick did a great job of putting that together. And, of course, Jim Lachey and Paul Keels, a venerable job as well. As always, Timmy, good to talk to you here on a Saturday, man. Again, we find ourselves in this situation for the second time this year.
Yeah, we do, Beamer. It's great to talk to you, man. And I know not every single Buckeye fan across the great state of Ohio is going to agree with me. But when you're kind of forced to sit down here and put on the headset and prep a show and get ready to talk about some of the things that we heard, we had a big press conference this morning. I actually find myself in a better mental place just by going into a little Buckeye replay and thinking about that 2002 dream season. I know that didn't change anything about the roadblocks and the challenges that are here right now in 2020, but that was a wild ride. So anytime I can take a listen, and it's funny to hear how Paul Keels' voice has changed ever so slightly in the last 18 years. You know what I mean? It's not much.
So is Jim's.
It's not much. Yeah, Jim's too. I mean, Paul's got maybe about the most manly voice that has ever existed. There's a slight little tinker of depth and bass to that voice, but it was phenomenal. What a play by Dustin Fox in the end zone there. And I got to tell you, I was watching some of the YouTube vids of that last one, the Butcher throw to who's the guy that was killing us all game long in that game. That had Walter Young, who had 10 catches for 144. I watched that 6 times on YouTube, Beam, and we've talked about this before. 2002 may as well be like 1965 as far as TV footage goes.
No, anything
I can't
for
see it.
anything
I'm
before...
looking at it in slow-mo, and I can't see it. I don't know if the bobble was there, if he actually got the foot down. It was that close.
Anything pre-HD, it may as well be when the TV was invented. Like, it all looks the same, Tim.
Right, we're watching Jackie Gleason, right, or Buckeye football. I have no idea. I can't tell the difference.
No, I can't either. Before we get into things, just want to say that Safe Light Auto Glass has been entrusted by Buckeye fans for generations and is a proud sponsor of Ohio State athletics. I know, like, I'm in a pretty good mental state as well. I don't know if it's because, hearing Dr. Borchers talk earlier, hearing Gene and hearing Ryan talk as well, Tim, like, I'm actually okay. Last night I was pretty disheveled, and into this morning I was. As the day has kind of grinded on here in Central Ohio where we're broadcasting from, like, I'm actually doing better the more that the day has rolled on. I don't know about you. I know that you just said listen to Buckeye replay, but it's kind of, I don't know, my mind has been kind of taken away from this situation for a little bit, at least until we cracked these microphones open and started talking again.
There's always been, to a certain extent, when things happen, and we know where we stood here in the Big Ten. We know when we started the season.
Yeah,
and
the gauntlet was just laid down.
Yeah. And we knew that we're also not the only one. Like, think about our brethren out there in the Pac-12. They got to start a week later. Now, they got a nice little loophole in which they're able to schedule games. If they have this case this week, we wouldn't be able to schedule a game because the problems are in our house. Like, the problems were in Maryland's house the first time around. We recognized that. The shoe was on the other foot. Goes around and comes around. This pandemic is, look, there wouldn't be a team in America, right, that cares, that's putting more passion and effort into, keeping free and clear of the virus than Ohio State, right? I mean, and even like there's several other big programs that you would say the same thing for. Alabama and Nick Saban.
Sure.
People kind of throwing out there that he's the first man on planet Earth, like patient zero, that we've known to have the virus twice. Or what's really going on with it? We still don't have all the answers. He's had it. I mean, good God, Trevor Lawrence has come down with this for Clemson. It's just, we understand what we're up against. It's why we've been going out there every time we get to play with a cherish the game day motto.
No doubt.
I just, what can you say, Beamer? You just hope that they're able to safely get ready and prepped in time for the Michigan State game. Ryan Day says if they can get a full practice in by Thursday, so that would be 5 days to test out of this. We know that Ohio State wasn't in the red for both circumstances here either. It was just a sensible call. You can't put Illinois at that kind of risk either.
Correct.
That just wouldn't be right. So we know
Can't
that
hop
they
on
were
an airplane
Yeah,
as well,
you can't
you
do
know?
it. You couldn't do it. That's why we were going to have our guys doing local pregame coverage, and Ohio State might not have even been on the plane yet to head out to the football game that they were going to
Crazy.
play at noon. It just this whole year is so messed up, and you really do have to believe them and go with the health and the safety, and that's the most important thing.
Coming up next on the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame, our sideline man, Matt Andrews, will join us from Learfield IMG College. This is the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
Football's Archie Griffin for Encova Insurance.
Much like in athletics, Encova Insurance relies on teamwork, accountability, and dedication to execute a successful game plan. With smart digital solutions, superior financial strength, and more, Encova provides a full range of insurance products to encircle businesses and individuals with coverage at every step in life's journey. Contact your independent Encova insurance agent or visit Encova.com for more information.
Do you know who loves Ohio State Athletics? RV Wholesalers loves Ohio State Athletics. Hello, this is David Durnell, owner of RV Wholesalers. We are proud to sponsor Ohio State Athletics and look forward to another winning season in Buckeye Nation. RV Wholesaler dealership and home of the Buckeye Service Guarantee. We have the best price on travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, and toy haulers. We'd love for you to come visit us at Indian Lake, Ohio, or on the web at rvwholesalers.com. You give us a call at 877-877-4494.
Go Buckeyes! Let's win this game. I love tailgating. The best darn band in the land. My mom makes me say it like that.
Safelite Auto Glass knows Buckeye fans love game day.
You better be wearing scarlet and gray.
That's why Safelite takes care of auto glass station, giving you more time for game time.
Safe Flight, a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Safe Flight Repair! Safe Flight Replace!
This is Katie Smith, Married Challenge, prescription drug misuse among people of all ages. For over a decade, Cardinal Health, a sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, has supported the Ohio State College of Pharmacy's Generation RX, an engaging program to teach people of all ages about using medications safely. When Buckeye Nation, we can do anything, and you can be part of the solution. Remember, never share your medications and always dispose of them properly. Learn more at generationrx.org.
Always and forever your home of the Buckeyes. Home of the Buckeyes. The Fan. This is the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield IMG College on the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
Of Speedway is proud to be a sponsor of Ohio State Athletics and is your first choice for value and convenience. Start your day at Speedway with a great selection of hot and cold beverages, energy drinks, pastries, and everything else you need to get going. Speedway, a proud sponsor of the Ohio State Athletics postgame show, boys. Brandon Beam and Timmy Hall, now joined by Matt Andrews, of course, sideline reporter for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Matty, what's going on, man? Happy Saturday to you. I know that I wish that you probably wish that you were calling the game, obviously, as Tim and I wish we were reacting to a live game, but we had a nice little beautiful Saturday here in Central Ohio, bud. What's happening?
It's good to be with you guys. It was it was an unusual, I guess, late night last night into this morning, and then we adjust, and credit to Skip for putting together that 0-2 Illinois rerun. That was one of the great games of that year, of course, and I guess now we just all wonder what's next for this edition of the Buckeye football team.
Exactly, Matt, and that was going to be my question. I mean, you listened to Dr. Borchers, you listened to Gene, and you listened to Ryan talk about they weren't in the red when they shut things down out of an abundance of caution. We've heard that term so much here in 2020, and it's such a wild scenario, Matt, how it goes from Wednesday and hearing about players testing positive to all last night. You get the call and everything. It's kind of a mad scramble that the game is off. So just, buddy, you got to stay on your feet this year.
Yeah, we don't, and that's the thing. We hope there's a next game against Michigan State in a few days, in a week, but I guess we don't. Very fluid. I think Ron Stokes with the hoops game with me Wednesday used that term quite a bit, and it's very, very true. We just don't know what's going to come, and you hope Coach Day can be healthy and stay healthy, and the guys that tested positive are as well, and then they're watching out for the safety and the health of these young men, and they'll rely on the science, and they'll rely on the smart thing to do in terms of when they play next, whether that be next week or in 2 weeks
right,
or beyond that. Who knows?
Right. Matt, it's always good to talk to you, man. And we wanted to see the Buckeyes in action, not just for the chance to go 5-0. There were some things with this football team that us as fans, we wanted to see some improvement in certain areas. So now when you kick the can down the road another week, hopefully, I'm watching Michigan State. I don't understand Big Ten football on Northwestern.
Hey, just take the SEC adage, Timmy. It's cannibalism. Just take that and run with it.
I don't know. But, Matt, what things will be living in your mind when we get back to playing football to see with the Scarlet and Gray?
I'm almost to the point, guys, where I just want to see this team with its ones go out, compete, win, and dominate, as I think they can. I know they want to play depth. I know they want to get guys involved, and they're going to probably have to do that with some of these tests. But I'm to the point now where this team's 4-0. They've missed 2 games. They're going to have 2 more left, perhaps, and then maybe a championship game or a game that and won 9th week. Mm-hmm. I just want this team to play. I think they just need the reps, the game, the time. I know we want to see the depth in the young guys. I'm not sure that this year is built for that, honestly, with all the uncertainty. So I want to see Justin Fields back on the field, and I want to see this Buckeye defense get after him, front 7, and the back 4 improve. But I'm not sure how many more opportunities we're going to have of that. And I know, Tim, your motto has been, cherish every game day. And boy, that's the Bible right now. That's the truth.
Well, we know for a fact we don't have very many left. I mean, this is highly unusual. We are only going to get, 9 if everything went luckier than others right now where they've got the full schedule in. But, Matt, the last thing from me, you look at the secondary, and a lot of college football fans pointing out while watching some Big Ten, it was really stifling Indiana's passing game today. And then Penix went out, but still – they only threw it for 115 yards. That's all, and Freifogel did basically nothing, and Indiana got the job done in 127-11. But any thoughts on that when thinking of our own secondary?
Yeah, Indiana couldn't run the ball against Ohio State. Did you see what Indiana did running the ball against Maryland? They went.
Oh yeah, 234.
They went all
right,
over.
Yeah,
they went crazy on them. So yeah, but like you said, who knows? I mean, that's going on. You got Michigan State right now up 17-3 on Northwestern. Sit for multiple weeks. They got 31 after one quarter in their game right now.
I've got that on the TV, Matty, and it's
you think they're chomping? Yeah, so I don't know what to make of any of it. I'm not sure we're at the end of the 2020 football season, whenever that is, we're going to have it. But it is so just up and down, and who knows what's next, boys? Who knows?
Yeah, exactly, man. Can't control any of it, and like Timmy always says, cherish the game day. Matty, always appreciate the time, bud. Hopefully you will be actually, doing some sideline reporting, and we won't have to talk to you after a postponed game. Have a good one, Matt.
Either way, thanks a lot, guys. All right.
Absolutely. Yeah, there he goes. Our guy, Matt Andrews, who patrols the sidelines for the Ohio Insurance Buckeye postgame show continues. We'll check your scoreboard from across the country. From Learfield IMG College, this is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James.
And now, a moment of chill from Coors Light. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill in a canoe, holding a beer instead of a paddle. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Hi, this is Paul Keels, voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. The Convenience Stores of Speedway is proud to be a sponsor of Ohio State Athletics and your first choice for value and convenience. Start your day at Speedway with a great selection of hot and cold beverages, energy drinks, pastries, and everything else you need to get going. Speedway, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
We're on your way, the convenience stores of Speedway.
Bob, your side. Is it the rich, creamy, indulgent classic Bob Evans mashed potatoes? Or is it that decadent union of pasta and cheese, Bob Evans mac and cheese? Is it farm fresh potatoes blended with real milk and butter for that just like homemade taste? Or is it the melting, gooey goodness of tender elbow macaroni smothered in real cheese sauce? Both are ready in just minutes. So, which delicious side will you choose? Find Bob Evans in the refrigerated section.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving small business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push to well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. Now back to the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield IMG College on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by The James.
No Ohio State game today, as we know. The game against Illinois was canceled. The Buckeyes are scheduled to play Michigan State next weekend up in East Lansing. I'll tell you how Michigan State is doing here in a quick second. Right before our scoreboard update is brought to you by Encova Insurance. You can hit it, Teddy. All right, East Lansing right now. The number 8 Northwest on the road trying to get to 6-0. It's not going their way. Middle of the second quarter, Michigan State all over the Northwestern Wildcats, 17-3 right now. Sparty yard line of their own. It looks like they're going to have to punt as there was an incompletion. Not a great start for Northwestern and the Cats, Tim.
No, I don't understand this one, Beamer. I've been betting against Northwestern all year, thinking that something was going to catch up to them, that they couldn't just do it with a stifling defense. I certainly did not expect any issues against a bad 1-3 Michigan State team. I don't care where you're playing this one, whether it's on your slow turf or on the road in East Lansing. 17-3, like you said, this is weird. You do not want this to be the stumbling block. You are 5-0.
Yeah.
And I think it's the first time they're 5-0 in conference since Pat Fitzgerald was a player on that team back in 1995. So this has been a remarkable start. They don't want to see it end. There's a lot of time left. Ton of time left, I would think, Northwest of the doubt here. A couple of finals that are in the books. We just mentioned this one. Let's go back over to Bloomington, where the Hoosiers took down Maryland 27-11, and Stevie Scott was getting a lot of the work done.
Stevie Scott on the Wildcat, ready to take the snap from Harry Kreider. Here it comes, Stevie. Sprints to the end zone, dives, touchdown Indiana. And Indiana scores 6 more as they continue to rock the boat here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest at times. Again, they did not have a passing attack. Credit Maryland's aerial defense for that. Don Fisher, the call from Learfield IMG College. You had Tim Baldwin Jr. for IU, who had 16 carries and 106 yards as well. And that defense kept hawking Tagovailoa. They had 3 more interceptions today, Beamer. A weird game where you're looking at the records and saying, how can this be? A Penn State-Michigan game?
Watch the whole thing.
This doesn't
Never
make
getting
any
that
sense.
hours back in my life.
I didn't watch much of that one because I knew for once it didn't matter with how things go in Big Ten football. But they play the games nonetheless. And Sean Clifford found the end zone for the Nittany Lions.
Dotson and Washington to the far side with Parker in the slot. Holmes after that run. It's going to be a quarterback run by Clifford to the 25, 20, 15, near corner to the 10, 5, touchdown, Penn State.
Yeah, it's like give something for Steve Jones to be excited about down there. The call from Learfield IMG College. They would go on and win. No passing touchdowns for Sean Clifford. That was his one score. 9 carries for 73 yards, and that one you just heard, 27-17, the final. Penn State beats the Wolverines. Iowa beating Nebraska on the Black Friday. 20 Iowa having their way with the Cornhuskers since they have started up this little tradition. And the canceled game, of course, very sad to see the battle for Paul Bunyan's axe beam. That's got to be, other than the Illabuck that we were going to have here today,
of course,
maybe the most iconic game trophy that there is, especially here in the Big Ten.
113 consecutive years that rivalry game has been played. It's the first game will not be played.
The wars didn't do it. The pandemic. And 5:48 left to go in the first quarter. It is Purdue 7 and Rutgers 6. Of course, the other game canceled is our own, the one you're listening to some Ohio State football coverage of. Let's check the top 25 scoreboard real quick, shall we? Coastal Carolina, 20th ranked, fighting Dustin Johnson's there from outside of Myrtle Beach, all over a 2-win Texas State team, 35-7 at the half. We need some dogs, Beamer. Don't need any cats. Meow. And Alabama is leading Auburn 14-3 in the Iron Bowl. 8:15 left to go in the second quarter. Mac Jones 7 for 10, 147 yards, 2 touchdowns. They grow wide receivers on trees. Only place that's better than here with the wide receivers would be those Bama guys. 2 in the first round last year. They'll probably have 2 in the first round coming up here in the next draft. Buckeyes have a couple good ones that are heading on that way as well. Clemson just routing Pittsburgh 31-0. Trevor Lawrence was dying to play here. 208 yards and 2 touchdowns right now just at the start of the second quarter. Florida beat up on Kentucky 34-10. Oklahoma State in a shootout. Man, sounds like Cowboys
Big
to
12
44.
football.
Yeah, let's get it done. Later on, you're going to have number 5 Texas A&M hosting LSU at 7, and number 9 Georgia will be at South Carolina at 7:30.
Thank you very much, Timmy. Good job on that. Coming up next on our Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show, Ohio State had a press conference today. You'll hear from head coach Ryan Day next. From Learfield IMG College, this is the Ohio State Sports Network presented by the James.
Everyone's so busy keeping up. Forget about the Joneses. We all on our telephones with the texts and the tweets and the beats. What he said, she said, can't even follow the thread. Down the hole, we all go. Me, I like keeping up too, with my Corona and my attitude. That's La Vida Mas Fina.
Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer. Imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
We educate the next generation of scientists and leaders, equipping them with the support and resources they need to reach their full potential. Setting the standard for what it means to be a modern land-grant institution, providing practical solutions that serve Ohioans, advancing industry, advancing science, and most importantly, advancing people. The Ohio State University College of Food, Agricultural, and Environmental Sciences. Join us. We sustain life.
This is Urban Meyer. We are facing an extraordinary challenge, prescription drug misuse among people of all ages. For over a decade, Cardinal Health, a sponsor of Ohio State Athletics, has supported the Ohio State College of Pharmacy's Generation RX, an engaging program for all ages about using medication safely. When Buckeye Nation engages around a great cause, we can do anything, and you can be part of the solution. Remember, never share your medications and always dispose of them properly. Learn more at generationrx.org.
Go Buckeyes! Let's win this game. I love tailgating. The best darn band in the land. My mom makes me say it like that.
Safelite Autoglass knows Buckeye fans love game day.
You better be wearing scarlet and gray.
That's why Safelite takes care of autoglass damage anywhere in Buckeye for game time.
Safelite, a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Safelite Repair! Safelite Replace!
Buckeye football lives here. The Fan. This is the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield IMG Comport, presented by the James.
Eggs will keep you going down to the last pass. Ohio egg farmers make egg safety a top priority and are proud to provide Ohioans with high-quality, wholesome eggs. Learn more at ohioeggs.com. Brandon Beam and Timmy Hall here on the post-game show. No game as we know because of a COVID outbreak in the Ohio State walls at the Woody Hayes. And there was an impromptu press conference today. Timmy had Dr. Jim Borchers, you had Athletics Director Gene Smith, and of course Ryan Day get on there, and I will turn things over to you.
Well, thanks, Beam. Let's hear from all three of these guys. Let's get one from each because everyone that was a part of the Zoom press conference had some interesting things to add on the situation. Let's start with our head coach dealing with COVID. Yeah. He's doing fine. We're all thinking about him, and here was Coach saying that this is going to make us all stronger in the end.
You know, I'm resting comfortably. I have an extremely heavy heart, though. I mean, this is the anxiety over months and months and months. Make sure that the entire program is safe. Experience it this week, Thanksgiving week. I can't sit here and tell you it's anything other than really, really hard. But like I told the team, it's just another opportunity to get through some adversity and work through adversity and learn more about yourselves. And that's the only way that I can really describe and put a positive spin on it right now, because it isn't fun. Nothing about this is tougher. It's going to make us stronger. It's going to make our young men better husbands, better fathers, And I really believe that going through all this is going to make us all. That doesn't mean it's been easy. It doesn't mean it's been any fun at all. So it's been difficult, but thanks for the concern.
He's a good leader. And
yes, he is.
You know how much this hurts, and especially when it's you now. And Ryan Day has got COVID. So many of his players, and I don't want to say so many. I don't know. We don't know the overall number. We know that it got above the 7.5% out of 170 people, so that it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be what you quantify as a lot of people, but enough had it to where you couldn't play the game today. But I thought those were good words and good perspective by Ryan Day, especially in the immediacy of it when you're doing the press conference about the loss of this football game today. Not the loss, the cancellation of this football game. A lot of questions have been asked about when the reports came out that they were starting to deal with cases. Why did we go on and we were still in the facility on Wednesday and had the team meal on Thursday and whatnot? Here's Dr. James Borchers, the team's head physician, who is handling a lot of these COVID protocols for the team. Here he was.
We didn't have really any concerns until Wednesday. And as we started to see a couple things that we had not seen before, certainly was not enough to make us pause on Wednesday. But as Coach Day mentioned, to discuss putting some adjustments in place to make certain we were remaining vigilant about the potential for seeing any increase in our positivity rate. But it really wasn't until yesterday, when we did testing yesterday and with enhanced testing yesterday, that we really got to a point where it became very clear. Fortunately, this wasn't a decision we could make early in the week. This was really not a decision from my standpoint that could be made until yesterday.
And so there you go. Even when they found out they had a couple of cases, they did not go ahead as business as usual. There was no hitting. There were no guys in each other's faces. It was not practice as usual. And it was guys masked 100% of the time while they were in there. So it was not normal once they were going forward cautiously. And then it hit the full pause button. Here's one from on how he was saying that this just wasn't the right thing to do today.
In our particular case, we didn't see spikes in specific areas. Could we have played? Sure. Was it the right thing to play? No. Standards that the thresholds define are guideposts. So you have to really understand your culture, your environment, your athletes, and what's going on, where they live and what they do and everything in that space.
Yeah, and you heard it there from Gene, right? I mean, could you have played the game? Sure, because you weren't at the red level. But when you have Dr. James Borchers as well, Tim, who is in charge of a lot of the Big Ten protocols as well, and he is on your staff, then, of course, you are going to listen to your medical personnel in that case. You can stay up to date on all things Columbus sports and get highlights, sound bites, and all the best moments from your Columbus teams by following at Fox Sports CBUS on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Coming up next on our just because there's no football game doesn't mean that all the Ohio State sports stopped. We'll take a spin around the Block O. Coming up next from Learfield IMG College, this is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James.
Hi, this is Paul Keels, voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. The Convenience Stores of Speedway is proud to be a sponsor of Ohio State Athletics and your first choice for value and convenience. Start your day at Speedway with a great selection of hot and cold beverages, energy drinks, pastries, and everything else you need to get going. Speedway, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
We're on your way, the convenience stores of Speedway.
You think buckling up is a personal choice? That it doesn't hurt anyone else? You would be wrong. Your choice could shatter the lives of your family, friends, and everyone you know. That's why we enforce seatbelt laws, to save lives. Think about that every time you idea. It's a choice between surviving a crash or not. Make sure you and everyone in the vehicle buckles up every time. Click it or ticket. Paid for by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Bob Evans asks, who will be the superior side? Is it the rich, creamy, indulgent classic Bob Evans mashed potatoes? Or is it that decadent union of pasta and cheese, Bob Evans mac and cheese? Is it farm-fresh potatoes blended with real milk and butter for that just-like homemade taste? Or is it the melty, gooey goodness of tender elbow macaroni smothered in real cheese sauce? Both are ready in just minutes. So, which delicious side will you choose? Find Bob Evans in the refrigerated section.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving small business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise and push to well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
The Fan. Ohio sports destination. Now back to the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield IMG College on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by The James.
Safelite Auto Glass has been trusted by Buckeye fans for generations and is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Brandon Beam and Tim Hall here on the postgame show. We know that there was no Buckeye football today, Timmy, but that doesn't mean that you had the Ohio State women's hockey team. They just got done taking on Wisconsin. Wisconsin winners in that one 5-0. As we know, the Buckeye basketball team got their season started on Wednesday, handled Illinois State pretty easy. I think he's going to fit in just fine around these parts.
Oh, the Justice League, man. I'll get to some hoops here. Back to the women's hockey team. I saw that they that one's in the books. They started something around 2:37 this afternoon. Win yesterday, though, so that is of note. The Buckeyes, I think, number 4 in America. Wisconsin, number 1 in America. So they did get the 3-2 win yesterday at the OSU ice rink. So that was a nice way to start. Split a series against the top team in the country. The Buckeye men's hockey team.
Yeah.
Beam, they had a difficult start to the campaign,
Yes,
dropping a pair of games this past week at 3M Arena at Mariucci in Minneapolis. They lost Monday 4-1. They got blanked 2-0 on Tuesday, so they got some work to do. 5:30 puck drop tonight against the Michigan State Spartans for Steve Rohlich's Buckeyes. They were 4-0-0 against the Spartans last season, so
keep that
going.
Should
be pretty nice. Yeah, and they've been in the top 15 of the USCHO and the USA Today, USA Hockey Mag polls since November of 2017.
Wow.
So if they want to keep that ranking, they're 10th. They started 10th in both polls. They'll need to get some work done. And Buckeye women, it took them 0 games to realize what this year is like with
the
cancellations
basketball team,
and
Buckeye women's
postponements.
basketball team, yes.
Buckeye women's hoops, exactly. So their game against Akron was wiped out, but they got one tomorrow against Duquesne at the Covelli Center at 4. It's like you said, men's hoops. That one got bumped up to a noon tip-off tomorrow, also at Covelli, I believe.
Love that.
It is cool. You don't need the massive building right now. There's no fans at all that can be in these places. So back to the well with UMass Lowell. Beam, that was the second game of the season last year for the Buckeye men's team, and they won that one 76-56. So Buckeye hoops on the men's and women's side, both in action tomorrow at the Covelli Center.
Yeah, I love that, man, that you're getting the Covelli Center, that brand new building, into use, which is pretty amazing. So looking forward to all the Ohio State athletics going on through tonight, and then, of course, tomorrow as we finish up this long Thanksgiving weekend. The Convenience Stores of Speedway is proud to be a sponsor of Ohio State athletics and is your first choice for value and convenience. Start your day at Speedway with a great selection of hot and cold beverages, energy drinks, pastries, and everything else you need to get going. Speedway, a proud sponsor of Ohio State athletics. Coming up next on our Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show, we'll wrap things up and hand out some Buckeye leaves from Learfield IMG College. This is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by The James.
And now Archie Griffin, football's only 2-time Heisman Trophy winner, to tell you about Encova Insurance.
Much like in athletics, Encova Insurance relies on teamwork, accountability, and dedication to execute a successful game plan. Your independent Encova insurance agent can create a personalized solution for all your insurance needs. With smart digital solutions, superior financial strength, local expertise, and more, Encova provides a full range of products to encircle businesses and individuals with coverage at every step in life's journey. They remain dedicated to progress and continue to strive to be the most trusted and responsive provider of industry-leading solutions. Hard work and passion are critical components of any winning team. Count on Encova Insurance as your local team to provide peace of mind. Contact your independent Encova insurance agent or visit Encova.com for more information.
And now, a moment of chill from Coors Light. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill in a canoe holding a beer instead of a paddle. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
I'm Maggie Griffin, and I'm working to end hunger in my community. I saw families with no access to fresh, healthy foods and knew at Ohio State, I connected farming and social work to build a solution from the ground up. And now, I deliver nourishing produce to my neighbors who need it most. All of this because I chose to be a Buckeye.
edu/stories.
Your home for Ohio State athletics. The Fan. This is the Encova Insurance Buckeye postgame show from Learfield IMG College on the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James.
No Buckeyes and Fighting Illini today. We know that game was canceled. Ohio State's next opponent, Timmy, Michigan State next week. Obviously, we're going to play things by ear, see what happens over the course of this week. We don't really know. The football facilities obviously are closed. You got to test out, correct, make sure everything is all good. Still on the schedule, Michigan State Spartans, as of now, they are up 17 Wildcats, 4 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in the first half in that one up in East Lansing. So, Sparty, I don't know. I guess you're going to have to watch out for them, Timmy, because if they get this thing done, boy, will that pop some eyes off the page.
Yeah, Beamer. I mean, I know how good we are, but when you have dealing with a lot of adversity, there are some things in a football sense, let's be honest with ourselves, that we wanted to see this team clean up. So if Michigan State pulls this off somehow, some way, again, a lot of game left to be played, there will be some nerves, I think, for the players and the fans alike. Just playing a football game. That's all it is. It doesn't matter who the opponent is right now. When you're dealing with all this stuff and your head is in another place, it's going to be interesting to see.
Pause 10 seconds for station identification. From Learfield IMG College, this is the Ohio State Sports Network, presented by the James.
Always and forever your Ohio State flagship station.
WBNS-FM HD1 Columbus.
The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
Again, no Ohio State play. If everything goes according to plan, the Buckeyes will take the field next week against Sparty up in East Lansing. Right now, time to hand out some Buckeye leaves powered by Honda, celebrating 40 years in Ohio.
It's time to hand out some Buckeye leaves.
I mean, we heard the classic game from 2002. It's hard to believe, Timmy. It was the first Ohio State game in 2002. I don't know if you heard Paul Keels on the broadcast say that overtime had been around since 96. It took Ohio State all the way up until the Illinois game of 2002
okay.
to
I was
get
gonna
their
ask.
first overtime game.
I missed that part today during the broadcast. My question to you was then going to be, well, when did overtime even become implemented? Because I think I got caught on a statistic like that before, where I was like, man, like this is crazy. 150 years of college football, and it's only the second or third overtime. I'm like, yeah, dummy, there hasn't been overtime until like the late in the century. Oh, yeah, that's right. But, yeah, if you're giving out Buckeye leaves for that game in 2002, Dustin Fox, what a play in the end zone right there. And how about for the lack of replay? Buckeye leaf for the lack of replay and grainy TV footage.
Sure.
We can't even tell if Walter Young bobbled that football or not when the Butcher threw the nice pass over top of Chris Gamble. But, man, there's some dudes it's the national championship team. Of course there's dudes. The fact that Michael Jenkins, receives for 147 yards, that's about as many as Craig Krenzel was throwing for in any particular game, right? So for touchdown, that was awesome. You got to give some Buckeye leaves out to just all of the Buckeye players that are keeping things in line and doing whatever they can. This is an emotional day. Talk about it, the sacrifice, everything that they've put into it, and for the pandemic to just come up and bite you like this, that's tough. You're ready to play a game, and that's all these kids want to do right now, and they couldn't do it today. So
how about
hopefully we can do it next week.
No doubt. How about a national going to Jarrett Patterson?
Okay,
the
I got
running
another
back
one then.
for Buffalo. He, Timmy, was unbelievable. 409 yards on the ground and 8 touchdowns. The coach took him out of the game on the last drive. Buffalo
Was it the
scored
record,
another
though?
one. It could have been the record breaker.
Who was it? Samaje Perine or something like that for Oklahoma?
It is Samaje Perine, correct, that has the all-time record. I think it's 467 yards, something like that.
Unbelievable. The 8 touchdowns is just straight up bonkers right there. I got to give one to my gal, Sarah Fuller.
Amazing.
For Vanderbilt. Those flippin' Vandies couldn't even get her into field goal range. they couldn't even get Greg the Leg into field goal range. That's how bad their offense was. She got to do the opening kickoff of the second half. That's it. That was the only option for a kick. And they said they practiced it that way all week. She squibbed it to the right side, 0-yard return to the 35-yard line. What a moment. First woman to ever participate in the Power 5. That was awesome.
It was. It was very cool. Asked after the game if she was stressed out, she goes, well, the SEC championship game for what we just played in such more stressful, which I thought was a great answer by her.
Look, we're playing Mizzou here. We're a winless Vanderbilt football team.
Have you seen our offense?
Team.
Have you seen her off the 40-yard line? You can't even get me a shot
Walk in the
So,
park.
right. Very, very cool. Timmy, I had so much fun this week. Hopefully we can do it again next week with an actual game to break down.
Yeah, man, we'll be here regardless, but let's do it with a game.
Absolutely. All right. All rights to the material contained in this broadcast are retained as the copyrighted property of The Ohio State University and may not be reproduced or rebroadcast without express written authorization. The commercial advertisements made in connection with this broadcast were made for the promotional purposes of the sponsors and should not be construed as of the products or services. The Ohio State Sports Network is a production of Radio Ohio Incorporated. The announcers for this broadcast were chosen by Radio Ohio and Learfield IMG College in conjunction with The Ohio State University. The executive producer of Ohio State Radio. On behalf of Panama, Ted Holbrook, Paul Keels, Jim Lachey, Matt Andrews, and Tim Hall, I'm Brandon Beam, inviting you to join us Monday night at 6 for Buckeye Roundtable, presented by Byers Auto, and then Thursday at noon for the Ryan Day Show, presented by Roosters. Next Saturday, the Buckeyes are scheduled to play Michigan State. We'll be on the air with the AEP Energy Buckeye pregame show beginning at 10:30 a.m. Today's broadcast has been brought to you statewide by Encova Insurance, Honda, and by Bob Evans Farms. From Learfield IMG College, this is the Ohio James.
And brought to you locally, Diamond Cellar, on your home of the Buckeyes. Live and local weekday mornings beginning at 6 with Morning Juice on The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
This football season, prepare your taste buds for the most iconic sports-watching drink of all time, Pepsi. With refreshing deliciousness and mouth-watering fizziness to help you power through game day, Pepsi has everything you need. Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Make safe and fun holiday memories at Ohio's favorite holiday tradition. See animated musical light shows, millions of LED lights, reindeer, and Santa. Visit columbuszoo.org to reserve your entry time today. Wild Lights is efficiently powered by AEP Ohio.
Sears Heating and Cooling is a locally owned family business. We grew up in Clintonville and walked to the Skull sessions and football games and loved biking along the Olentangy. We could talk about the 1,000-plus 5-star Google reviews that Sears Heating and Cooling has earned, or that we offer 0% interest on service repairs and memories as part of what makes Sears Heating and Cooling great. 614-475-1800. That's 614-475-1800.
At Midas, you'll find all the expertise you need to take care of your car. From brakes to tires to oil to everything. You can count on Midas to tell you what needs fixing now and what can wait. Light just went on, or you remembered that it's time for your regularly scheduled oil change. Now is the time to head over to your locally owned and operated Midas. We'll tell you what needs fixing now and what can wait. Come on by and see us. For brakes, tires, oil, everything. Trust the Midas touch.
Amazon is now hiring near you for the holiday season, and they're looking for team members who know that delivering important packages really matters. From boxing it up to sending it on its way, every package Amazon delivers matters to someone. Are you ready to start delivering smiles that can make someone's every day? Are you ready for benefits? Immediate hourly roles are available at amazon.com/apply. That's amazon.com/apply. Amazon is an equal opportunity employer.
This holiday at T-Mobile, it's not about how far apart we are. It's about how close we can be. So we're bringing out our best deal on the new iPhone 12 with 5G on every plan. Right now, get the iPhone 12 on us on every single plan with eligible iPhone trade-in.
Cool. So I can FaceTime with my sister in Savannah.
With the iPhone 12 on us, you can experience the power of 5G in more places.
And my bestie in Boise and grandma in Miami.
This holiday, the more the merrier. So get together near and far with an iPhone on us for the whole family. And when you switch now, you can save 20% on your plan versus the other guys. It's the best value in wireless. That's right, the iPhone 12 on us on America's largest 5G network. And save 20% per month. It's time to holiday on with T-Mobile.
Phone via 30 monthly bill credits plus tax. If you cancel credit, stop and balance on required finance agreement may be due. Contact us for all qualified buyers. Qualifying consumer plan required. 20% plan savings on 2 lines. See coverage and offer details at T-Mobile.com.
We return you to our regularly scheduled programming already in progress. Please enjoy not knowing what they're talking about. The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Off because of COVID, they wouldn't be eligible to play for the Big Ten championship. Now, that wouldn't make them ineligible to be in the college football playoff, but the trick could be is that if Northwestern were to go undefeated, play someone else like Indiana in the Big Ten championship game, and then win that, if you've got a 9-0 Northwestern as the Big Ten champion, the selection committee is not going to take a 6-0 Ohio State into the playoff ahead of them. The conference championship would matter because there's no head-to-head. And so I think for Ohio State, they want to see Northwestern lose here because that way they don't have to worry about that roadblock between them and the playoff in the event that they're not able to play in the Big Ten championship game.
We're joined by Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich, ESPN college football analyst. Now, Trevor, you also do some stuff with the NFL. What do you think about the Detroit Lions firing Matt Patricia, and who would be a good fit to be the next head coach there?
Age, innovative mind. Where we're seeing the trends going are exemplified by places like Kyler Murray at Arizona and especially Patrick Mahomes at Kansas City. And head coach Andy Reid has really been at the forefront of bringing some of the college concepts into the NFL. And his offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, has been doing a phenomenal job of maximizing those concepts to the players that he's got. Now, Matt Stafford at Detroit is not Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't run around like that. But you don't need to be a mobile run-around quarterback like Murray or Mahomes in order for those concepts to work. Remember that Nick Foles, when he filled in for his injured starter with Philadelphia and then won the playoff games and won the Super Bowl a few years ago, was running run-pass option, a college concept, more than any other team in the NFL at that time. And he's basically a tall Statue of Liberty pocket passer like Matt Stafford is. And so I think you can adapt these can do. And so I think Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator for Kansas City, his name has been in the news a lot in recent years as being possibly the next great star as a head coach. He hasn't gotten his opportunity yet, or he has chosen to stay in Kansas City. But if he would go to Detroit, and I don't know that he would want to necessarily for his first job, but if he would go to Detroit, he would be a phenomenal choice to bring this Detroit offense into the new age of the NFL.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask you next. If you're Eric Bieniemy, would you rather be the head coach of the Detroit Lions or the Houston Texans? Because the Texans got a pretty good quarterback down there.
And a young one, right? And so that's Deshaun Watson. And so I think that's a question he would have to make. Keep in mind that Detroit, I've got respect for the Detroit Lions organization, but the history has been that's where coaches have gone for their career to take a setback. I mean, you haven't had a coach have a successful career there for a long time by most standards, and so that may not be the place that Bieniemy may want to go. You get a Deshaun Watson in Houston, and you've got a guy that he can step in and coach very similarly to how he coaches Patrick Mahomes.
Hey, great stuff as always, guys. We look forward to talking to you again a little later in the show.
All right, thanks.
There they are, Trevor Maddich and Brad Edwards, and they're giving you Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Coming up next, the 49ers may have to find a temporary stadium for upcoming home games. We will tell you why. Coming up next, you're listening to Prime Time on ESPN Radio.
Prime Time on ESPN Radio is built by the Home Depot. Wake up with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
I don't even know where to start with the Cowboys other than they're pathetic. Bad football team, man. You try to ride with them as long as you can because they got some talent. It's a bad football team.
Monday morning at 6 Eastern on
Anyone who has ever needed self-storage knows what a hassle it can be. You have to rent or borrow a truck and then find someone to help you move your stuff. And let's face it, moving furniture and heavy items without damaging them isn't easy. Renting the unit is worse. The hidden fees and the dingy facilities you're leaving your stuff in. Why not use Closet Box instead? Closet Box is self-storage without leaving home. They'll pick up your belongings, store them securely, and bring any item back when you need it. The best part? Unlike traditional self-storage, you only pay for what you space. Closet Box's background check storage movers are licensed, bonded, and insured and will take care of all of the heavy lifting. Closet Box's local storage centers are temperature controlled and monitored 24/7. Closet Box has an A+ rating from the BBB. Call 877 now for the season's best rates. Get $50 off first month storage using code Radio50. That's 877-233-5696. 877-233-5696.
Season ticket holder from day one? Us too. Home of the Columbus Blue Jackets. The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Unbox your potential. The FedEx Ground location in Grove City, Ohio is now hiring package handlers. Join us for our hiring event on Saturday, December 5th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at 6120 South Meadows Drive in Grove City. Flexible schedules and weekends available. Earn up to $25 an hour and a $500 sign-on bonus. Enjoy weekly paychecks, tuition reimbursement, and other benefits. Must be at least 18 years of age. To learn more, text GROUND to 33011. That's text GROUND to 33011. Standard message and data rates apply. FedEx Ground is an equal opportunity affirmative action nurse workplace.
Paneltown & Floors has been Columbus's premier flooring store since 1967, and they're giving you an early Christmas present by offering you savings up to $500 on new floors. A free cleaner kit with every floor sold, and you can receive 24 months, same as cash. 24 months, same as cash. See store for all details and let the experienced staff at Paneltown help you turn your flooring dreams into reality. Go where the pros go. Paneltown.com.
Football is here, and it's time for you to tackle your erectile dysfunction problems today with Peak Performance for Men Columbus. Did you know that 1 in 3 men have ED problems? No need to worry. The doctors at Peak Performance for Men can fix your problems today, regardless of age or medical history. A limited time offer of $49 includes a medical consultation and ultrasound, and if we can't treat you for any reason, your visit is free. Peak Performance for Men. Call them at 614-739-8181. That's 614-739-8181.
Morning Juice.
How to be a player? Def Jam, Bernie Mac, Bill Bellamy? No? I don't want to be a player no more. I'm not a player. I just crush a lot.
Morning Juice.
Sponsored by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Weekday mornings at 6. The Fan.
For years, you've been thinking about getting LASIK. You've been talking about getting LASIK. And now, it's finally time to get LASIK. Plus, right now, you could save $1,000 on your treatment. Call 844-211-2020 or visit LASIK1000.com. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, or have astigmatism, LASIK Plus may help fix your vision with a convenient and patient-focused experience. You'll be treated by Dr. Joseph Thomas, one of America's most experienced LASIK providers with over 55,000 procedures performed. Call 844-211-2020 or visit LASIK1000.com today and schedule your free LASIK exam to save $1,000. That's 844-211-2020 or visit LASIK1000.com. $1,000 discount applies to treating both eyes with wave-light procedure. Must mention this ad is for 2020 to qualify. Patients age 40 and over will likely experience the need for reading glasses. Results may vary. See details at LASIK1000.com.
Can't get enough Buckeyes? We've got you covered. The Buckeye Show. The Buckeye Show.
Weeknights at 6.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Hello. Keyshawn Johnson, Jay Williams.
Good morning.
And Zubin Mahente.
Good morning. Know you've been waiting.
Keyshawn, Jay, Will, and Zubin. Tomorrow morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
So let's go.
49ers might be looking for a different place to play. This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Be sure to tell your smart speaker. And I'm Emmett Golden alongside Dallin Cuff, and ESPN Radio was presented by Progressive Insurance. All of our guests join us via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, and we head out to the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line to bring in Nick Wagner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN. Nick, what is going on with the 49ers and their ability to play in Santa Clara County?
Yeah, so as of right now, and this is a story that's kind of still in progress, guys, but as of right now, there is just a new mandate or new guidelines, health guidelines, of course, related to COVID-19 enacted here in Santa Clara County, which for those that don't know, the 49ers actually play in Santa Clara, Levi Stadium. Not only their games, but also their practice facility is there. And those new guidelines state that there is going to be a 3-week ban effective starting Monday on any contact sports taking place within the county. And that, of course, includes the 49ers. It includes Stanford football, San Jose State football, San Jose Sharks of the NHL, of course, also in that group. And so the 49ers are now in a situation where they are currently in the process of trying to figure out what their options are to continue their season, to continue to practice and play over the next, what will be the next 5 weeks once Sunday's game against the Rams is completed.
So, Nick, what are on the table? I know you said it's just being discussed. This is just evolving. But what are the options in terms of moving their operation to be able to play not just games, but to practice?
Right, and that's the hard thing is right now. I mean, you could look at it and just say, well, the easy thing would be to go play at the Oakland Coliseum or potentially to go play at Oracle Park, the baseball stadium. You can't just say that because you don't know exactly, first of all, how feasible that is, what those venues, what type of shape they're in to host NFL games from a safety standpoint for the players, but also whether those counties are going to have similar shutdowns, similar restrictions put into place. Now, if you go back to March, Santa Clara County was actually the first county in the country to have a stay-at-home order and shutdown. And so they are kind of maybe more aggressive than other counties in terms of shutting things down and things like that. But if you look at the total population of the Bay Area, Santa Clara County has a large chunk of it, but you get into the city in San Francisco, and that's obviously an area that would be at great risk too. So I'm not sure that they're going to want to take on any sort of additional, headache, so to speak, to try to host these games. So I'm not saying it won't be there. I'm not saying it will be. I'm just saying that we're kind of still too early in this process to know exactly what the best options are going to be moving forward.
He's Nick Wagner. He covers the 49ers for ESPN. This is Primetime on ESPN Radio. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Dallin Cuff. Nick, did this catch the 49ers off guard, or is this something that they knew could be a possibility?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think they probably have kind of been aware of the possibility of this happening or caught off guard, but I certainly think that just the level of shutdown here, the fact that it's a 3-week situation, that it's coming at this particular time, makes it really difficult because, again, but this isn't a virus that's limited to Santa Clara County, So when you start looking at what the other options are, you have to, find out what those counties are like, what they allow and what they don't, where you can go. You're uprooting people, just players and coaches, but staff members, and trying to figure all of that out too. So I'm sure they weren't completely caught off guard. They've been kind of in the situation where Santa Clara County has been very strict to begin with, and just to get clearance to begin the season before the numbers started going up in terms of the positive cases and all that here recently, the Niners were kind of in that position where they were one of 2 places at the beginning of the season, for example, where it was mandated by the county to wear a mask in the stadium. I believe was the other one. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the kind of high alert that has been the kind of norm here in Santa Clara County. And so I don't think the Niners were too caught off guard by that, just given that.
Hey, Nick, we appreciate you spending time with us on short notice. We know this is a breaking story, so thanks for your time.
You got it, guys. Take care.
He's Nick Wagner. He covers the 49ers for ESPN. Now you have the situation with the Ravens and the Steelers, where they were supposed to play at night on Thanksgiving evening. It was supposed to be the primetime game. That gets pushed back to Sunday, and then it gets pushed back again. Now you have a situation where the 49ers may have to find another place to practice and play. Dallin, is this worst-case scenario for the NFL right now?
Well, the worst-case scenario is what's going on in San Francisco, in all honesty, because there's nothing that the teams or organizations, the NFL, can do. And this was, your local, your state, and your federal officials that will change in January, or even if they don't change, if they're continuing. That is the wild card variable across all sports, because that is nothing you can do. There's no involvement you really have. They can make their own determinations on what will and will not be taking place in their jurisdictions. And Santa Clara County has taken this step here. So for their situation, I would like to think the San Francisco 49ers, given what Nick had said, had some contingency plans. They would have to be out of state. Because I got friends that live in L.A. that are driving their daughters to play in soccer tournaments that are like, they're club soccer, but they're basically in the state of California so quickly, or cannot be played at all, that a lot of these things are just moved across into Arizona, where their state officials have viewed coronavirus very differently, and their restrictions are very different. So actually trying to operate, to Nick's point, and moving around county to county in the California area probably isn't the smartest move. You probably need to move your operation. And sometimes we see West Coast teams do this. When they play back-to-back games in the East Coast, they'll go play that game in the East Coast, stay on the East Coast, have their operation there. It might have to be something like that, but in a more safe state for them, that they can pull off their games and their practice to get things going. This is the big wild card, and it's not just going to be the NFL that's affected by this. A whole another layer of stuff that's going to happen in January and February as we move forward, and they don't have the professional angle and the money to deal with a lot of these things. So this is a big development, to say the least.
I'm Emmett Golden. This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio, and be sure to tune in to a football doubleheader tomorrow as the Colts host the Titans, followed by the Saints and the Broncos. Pregame begins at noon Eastern on most ESPN radio stations. If you're the 49ers, I guess if you had to sacrifice home games, you do them so you could play. The Steelers have had to sacrifice a bye week in order, earlier in the year with the Titans. Now they face what's going on with the Ravens. I know that Kevin Stefanski, the head coach of the Browns, has told his team, embrace the suck, right? Like, this is going to suck. It's tough. You never know what's going to go on. You have to embrace it. And Dallin, the entire NFL, they're going to have to be flexible going forward.
No doubt, but you can't have rogue strength and conditioning coaches not following the protocols.
Yeah.
So when you have somebody you can identify that did not follow, that team has to be penalized accordingly. Tennessee probably should have forfeited that game to set a precedent. That didn't happen.
Yeah. Coming up next, we are the NFL Playoff Committee, and we'll meet and decide who is in the top 4. You're listening to Prime Time on ESPN Radio.
It's time to rise and grind. Keyshawn Johnson, Jay Williams, and Zubin Mehenti. Check him out Monday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN News.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies, and rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, for a man age 45 non-tobacco user, it's $1 million of coverage at $75 per month, level rate for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110 per month, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rate guarantee. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote at 1-866-929-19529, 1950. You're probably paying more than you should. Call Term Busters at 1-866-929-1950. That's 1-866-929-1950. Remember, 1-866-929-1950. Rates and availability may vary by state, saying exam required to qualify.
The biggest guests, earth-shattering opinions, and Maddie making Anthony do push-ups during commercial breaks.
I can't feel my legs.
My bad, bro. Rothman and Ice.
Weekdays from noon to 3.
The Fan.
Rosati Windows, the best buying experience in the business.
Before being installed in your home, every single window we build is checked for perfect construction and perfect operation. There isn't a window that leaves this plant that hasn't gone through a very rigorous quality control process. I stand behind every window we build.
Call Rosati Windows today, 777-4806. Be ready to save 35% on all windows you order by November 30th.
James Laurinaitis here for Custom Air, and looking at the long-range forecast, it doesn't look like we're going to have much of a fall season weather-wise. You can go from hot to cold in a day. That's why I add and have Custom Air make certain that both my air conditioner and furnace are in perfect working order. One thing I do know for certain, should I run into a problem, Custom Air is always there when I need them, and they deliver on what they promise. That's how they do things. It's the Custom Air way. Custom Air, custom solutions, custom comfort. CustomAirColumbus.com.
Things that are better new. Underwear, gum, cars and trucks. At Dick Masheter Ford, we have plenty of new cars and trucks, and we'll take care of all your automotive needs. How about up to $13,000 off a new Ford? Yep, we can sell at a lower price than anyone because we keep our overhead incredibly low. And we are the only Ford dealership to offer complimentary unemployment protection on every car sold. Remember, my friend Dick Masheter is the fastest growing dealer in Columbus.
Saturday night is football night on The Fan. It's an SEC battle between LSU and Texas A&M. Coverage starts Saturday night at 6:30.
Sponsored by Bobcat Enterprise Construction Equipment Dealer. Doosan, run strong.
The Fan.
Paneltown and Floors has been Columbus's premier flooring store since 1967, and they're giving you an early Christmas present by offering you savings up to $500 on new floors. A free cleaner kit with every floor sold, and you can receive 24 months same as cash. 24 months same as cash. See store for all details and let the experienced staff at Paneltown help you turn your flooring dreams into reality. Go where the pros go. Paneltown.com.
Life's hard enough without more hoops to jump through. Here's what I don't have to do with Ambetter Telehealth. I don't have to fight traffic or sit in a waiting room or pay a copay. And I don't have to leave home from Ambetter Delivers. No hassle, no copay, no kidding.
Ambetter from Buckeye Health Plan. Affordable coverage, valuable benefits. Now that's better. Visit betterisoh.com or call. Ambetter from Buckeye Health Plan is a qualified. This is a solicitation for insurance.
The Fan Guest Hotline is sponsored by Federal Elite Heating and Cooling and Bryant, doing whatever it takes to keep your home comfortable. The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins. Breaking news coming into ESPN Radio Sports Center. Matt Patricia and General Manager Bob Quinn. The Lions are 4-7 this season, 13-29-1 since Patricia took over. Darrell Bevell, the offensive coordinator, will be the interim head coach. Miami is expected to start Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback Sunday. Aloha dealing with a jammed thumb on his left throwing hand. In college football, third quarter just underway at the Iron Bowl. Number 1 Alabama leading number 22 Auburn 21-3. Halftime is approaching in Death Valley, taking over 2 hours to play the first half. Number 3 Clemson rolling over Pitt at this point, 38-10. Earlier, Heisman Trophy contender Kyle Trask looking sharp for number 6 Florida against Kentucky.
Snap back to Trask. He throws the ball out to left. Kyle Pitts had just gone for the hat trick in his first game back in 3 weeks. He's got his third touchdown pass of the game from Kyle Trask.
The call on Learfield IMG College. Florida wins it over Kentucky 34-10. Number 12 Indiana beats Maryland 27-11, but loses quarterback Michael Penix Jr. to a leg injury in the third quarter. And how about Vanderbilt's Sarah Fuller kicking off to start the second half against Missouri? Fuller becomes the first woman ever to play for a Power 5 school. Fuller is the goalkeeper of the Vandy women's soccer team that just won the SEC title last week. She tried out earlier this week because the Commodore Kickers were in quarantine due to COVID-19.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin back on Monday, recapping Sunday Night Football as the Bears look to get back into the NFC North hunt. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin, Monday, 6 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Killian Hayes, only 19 years of age from France, could be the best player in the draft. It is a pleasure to bring him here.
Tom Allen, head football coach of Indiana Hoosiers, joining us.
Ian Book, Notre Dame starting quarterback with us.
A lot of people don't like Notre Dame.
Yeah, including me, the guy talking to you.
The biggest names in sports are here, and it all starts weekday mornings with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin, and continues all day. This is ESPN Radio. Primetime on ESPN Radio is built by the Home Depot.
Does my partner, a Cleveland native, really think the undefeated Steelers are the best team in the NFL? You listen to Prime Time with Emmett Golden and Dallin Cuff. Prime Time on ESPN Radio is built by the Home Depot. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Run you a couple scores here in college football. Bama against Auburn right now in the Iron Bowl. Alabama's up 20 third quarter. The Tigers have the ball. Clemson up 38-10 over Pitt right now, ending the first half, dominating the Panthers. And Northwestern, the number 8 team by the latest CFP rankings, trailing Michigan State 17-6 at the half. And Emmett, that's where we're going to start. CFP rankings came out on Tuesday for the first time. We're going to flip the script a little bit. We're going to do it for the NFL. I want your top 4 in the NFL in honor of the committee. Right. But the committee drama really is the 4, 5, 6 spot. But in the NFL conversation, really, it's about the 1 and 2, and if you're getting buys and whatnot in the buy spot in each conference. So we're going to give me your 4 through 1 top teams. And if you want to do extra credit, if you have a couple teams that are just on the outside of your top 4, if your committee top 4, give me what you got.
All right, I'll start. I'll save my first 2 out. I'll save those.
Okay.
But I'll start at number 4. Give me the Green Bay Packers. I got the Green Bay Packers in my NFL football power rankings. After Green Bay, it goes the loss of the best football out there right now. At number 2, and this will tip my hand for number 1. At number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, Kansas City, I don't think I need to say anything. My heart.
I can't believe this.
I'm doing my best to take my job and be responsible as I am a Clevelander, and this hurts me to say it, but the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 1. Dallin, I think they're the best team in the NFL. I hate saying that, but honestly, at being undefeated, I can't hate. The hater in me wants to come out, but trying to be a professional here, I got the Steelers number 1.
I have to ask, I may be tipping my hand, why are the Steelers ahead of the Chiefs in your mind?
Because I believe that if those two teams played, the Steelers could get a stop and Kansas City couldn't. I think that's what it comes down to. I think the Steelers' defense is better than the Chiefs' defense, and we saw last week when you need to make a stop if you're going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think the Steelers could score with them. They have an explosive offense, and I don't think the Chiefs' defense is pretty good. So if it came down to it, I believe that the Steelers' defense could get one more stop than Kansas City's could, and that's why I have them at number 1.
Interesting. I'll tell you one thing from watching that Raiders game, though, too. Mahomes makes it look just so stinking easy late in the game. If he has the ball with 2 minutes to go, it's like it feels almost inevitable. I mean, people have that feeling with Brady sometimes. It's just the ease by which he does it. It's just astonishing. And you never doubted for a second they were going to win.
Never. Like there's 2 minutes. If you give the ball to Pat Mahomes with 2 minutes left, I feel like he has to go down and score, and there's going to be time left, and he could possibly get the ball back because, like you said, he does it with such ease.
All right, now it's time for my top 4, which means it's time for Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. That's what we get the promo read for my top 4, Emmett. That's how this is going down.
Yeah, somewhere.
Huh? What?
I was just saying the 7-3, they're playing pretty well. You know?
They are playing pretty well. They've only beaten one decent team, but I digress. For folks that don't know, Emmett's a native Clevelander. I'm a native Pittsburgher. There's obviously the inherent rivalry there, so I think he was hoping that I would be polite to his team. Unfortunately, I'm just not that nice, it seems. All right, here, my 4th best team, I'm going to go with the Rams. I think you had them at 3. I got the Rams at 4. This is tricky for me because I'm just yet. I'm not willing to punt on them yet. I think you look at it, a creative mind with Sean Payton. Taysom Hill, their quarterback. They had Kamara do a little wildcat stuff last week when Hill got his first start instead of Drew Brees with the injuries. I'm just waiting to see. The jury's still out. I still think based on the fact they're 8-2 right now and they're in pole position to get that 1 seed in the NFC, puts them at number 3. Until I see that they can't operate at a high level, I'm going to leave them there for right now.
Okay.
Number 2. And this is now maybe me not being completely objective or maybe watching the team too much and being too close to it. I have the Steelers at 2. The pass defense has gotten better in recent weeks, but that was the kind of the Achilles heel early. They had some real issues with their pass defense. Minka Fitzpatrick's made some big plays. They've had other guys step up, and Edmonds has started playing better. And their pass protection has been helped by a very good pass rush. I have them at number 2. Until the Chiefs, I see somebody stop them when it really matters. And granted, I know they lost a game this year to those very Raiders. I'm just not that confident. Again, if it comes down to they being the Steelers have to stop the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, you give Mahomes the ball, they're going to be able to do it. So just same reason you have them at number 1, I have them at number 2. So you're taking defense, I'm taking offense. And I think I would like to think if that team was actually the Ravens, not the Steelers, I probably would feel differently. But I think I'm just too close to it. I'm too close.
Yeah. So, and look, the stop that I believe the Steelers can get doesn't have to come at the end of the game, right? If they get a crucial stop, let's say it's the end of the first half, and, Kansas City gets the kickoff and they're not able to double up, I think a single stop is when you play the Kansas City Chiefs because they're so explosive offensively. I believe the Steelers can get that. I don't believe they're going to shut down Pat Mahomes because nobody shuts down the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the Steelers give them the best shot. Now, my last 2 out, my 5 and 6 teams. At 5, I have the Seattle Seahawks. And it's Russell Wilson. It's all Russ. I think he's been having an MVP kind of season and a big Russ fan, so I got him there at 5. At 6, the Raiders. Give me those Las Vegas Raiders. If you can play the Kansas City Chiefs as tough as they've played them twice, I mean, they could, in theory, have 2 wins over the Chiefs. That means you're a pretty good football team. So for that reason, I have the Raiders at 6.
All right, you're listening to Prime Time on ESPN Radio, Prime Depot, alongside Emmett Golden. I'm Dallin Cuff. So those are your 2 teams on the outside looking in. I'm going to have my sixth team is the Packers. It's kind of a 5A, 5B. Packers are right there. They haven't played great in recent weeks, but I think they could easily get back in the top 4. They could be the best team in the NFC by the time we're all said and done here and we get to January, assuming We get to January, given we got some other issues going on
that's
across the country with COVID.
Right.
I really like the Bills, man. I'm sticking with the Bills. I had the Seahawks.
Okay.
The issue with the Seahawks is just defensively, they've just been they are just so bad. But they've been, I shouldn't say bad. They've been slightly better, but they're still not good, especially against the pass. And Russ has been outstanding. But the Bills are a Hail Mary away from being 8-2. And they have steadily improved on the defensive side. I'm going to put the Bills at 5A, the Pack at 5B, and I'm a big fan of Josh Allen. I'm all in. All my chips are in the middle on Josh Allen.
My thing with the Bills, the reason why I didn't have them up there is because I've said some prayers about this. I'm praying that the Browns make the playoffs and their first round matchup is the Buffalo Bills. Because I think the Browns could beat the Bills. I do. I'm not saying the Bills are a bad team, but I think they're a lot closer to the Browns than they are the Chiefs. And for that reason,
okay.
Yeah. I'm telling you, the Bills are a lot closer to the Browns than they are the Kansas City Chiefs. So for that reason, I think they're a good team contender quite yet.
So just so I understand this though with the Browns, and I know they're 7-3, but you do realize they have one decent win the entire year. Like they beat who did they? I'm looking through here. They lost. They beat the Colts. They beat the Colts, and we didn't put the Colts on our list. The Colts are flirting with the top 4 in the AFC there in terms of talent. But that's their one decent win. They played the Steelers. They got blitzed. They played the Ravens. They got blitzed. They beat the Eagles, the Texans. I mean, they've beaten teams that aren't any good. So what are you convinced that they are a good team or they have a good record?
So I think they're a good team. I think they're in the maybe third tier, right? Because in that Raiders game that they lost, it was a tight game and they played it in 60-mile-per-hour wind. So it's kind of hard, and they were without Nick Chubb. And we know how explosive Nick Chubb is. So I think that game, maybe they still lose, but I think it's a different game if it's played in better conditions and they have Nick Chubb. So I think that the Browns could have been right there with them. The first game of the year when they lost to the Ravens makes complete sense. You don't have any preseason games. You didn't have OTAs. You have a rookie head coach for the first time. So I understand why they got the doors blown off, week 1 against the Ravens. Now, the Steelers game, that showed me that the Steelers are like your in their place, right? They said, "Hey, little buddy, you guys, you're doing good."
A little head pat.
Yeah, right. Kind of how I do my boys when we play video games. Like, you're getting better. You're getting better, but you're still not there yet. I think the Browns are probably a year away from, being able to contend in that place. But I think the Browns are a good team. Hey, look, they beat the bums fine. There was a time when they were the bums.
That's true, and they've got another bum coming up. They got to go play in Jacksonville this week, 1-9 Jacksonville team. But the weather should be better. They have been playing in these crazy weather conditions the last couple of weeks.
Oh my God! So I live in Cleveland, and the studio is downtown, and I do the post game show for the Browns. I'm 6'4", 220, right? So I'm kind of lean, but I'm tall, bigger guy. I almost got blown away by the wind 2 weeks ago trying to walk in the studio. That's how crazy it was. So the conditions have been terrible. And last week it rained like crazy during the game. So they played in some crappy conditions too.
All right, we'll see what happens there. That's been Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. The Browns are 7-point favorites. And I mentioned that because coming up next, we're talking some spreads and we're going to get you paid. I'm handing out winners.
If I'm Matt Nagy and I got both of these guys as healthy, I'm just going to roll with Ivan all in on that.
It doesn't really matter who he rolls with. It is, sorry, Matt.
No Nick Foles, Mitchell Trubisky back behind center.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin with the very latest Monday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+.
Sports, conversation, and sometimes pure stupidity.
It's awesome, funny, random.
Your home of Ohio sports destination.
This football season, prepare your taste buds for the most iconic sports-watching drink of all time, Pepsi. With refreshing deliciousness and mouth-watering fizziness to help you power through game day, Pepsi has everything you need to start strong. Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Make safe and fun holiday memories at Wild Lights, Central Ohio's favorite holiday tradition. See animated musical light shows, millions of LED lights, reindeer, and Santa. Visit ColumbusZoo.org to reserve your entry time today. Wild Lights is efficiently powered by AEP Ohio.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money. Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
My husband and I started a business together, and I had no idea where to start when it came to payroll. And a friend of mine recommended Patriot, and I have not looked back since. It was extremely user-friendly. I was actually able to understand it and run everything extremely well. And anytime I've had a question, they have been so quick to answer and help me. I definitely recommend it to anyone who is looking for payroll software that is easy to use, user-friendly, and really offers everything that you need when it comes to something that's beneficial for your business.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
patriotsoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money.
Common Man and T-Bone.
You're probably listening to me right now, and you have no idea how your radio turned on. Just turns on when I get in the car.
Common Man and T-Bone.
Sponsored by Hinderer.
6 on the Fan.
When it comes to my family's health care, I want the highest quality care possible. That's why I choose Buckeye Health Plan. Buckeye covers our doctor, dental, and vision visits, as well as prescription drugs and hospital stays, at no cost to me. I earn rewards for getting checkups and making other healthy choices. I rely on Buckeye for a ride to my doctor and for expert medical advice from their 24-hour nurse line. You have a choice. Choose quality. Choose Buckeye. Go to choosebuckeye.com to find out how.
No matter how early you're up or how late you're running, when you start your day at Speedway, we've got what you need to have a good morning, safely. Always fresh coffee to wake you up, cold drinks and snacks to keep you going, plus a full tank to get you where you need to go. So however you start your day, we'll help make your morning a safe one and a good one. Because when you get off to a better start, you go on to a better day. The convenience stores of Speedway. Now buy 3 Red Bulls and save 10 cents per gallon of gas with Speedy Rewards.
Insightful, respected, drunk. One of those things properly describes Bishop and Laurinaitis. Listen and decide for yourself. The Fan.
It was just fun. It was fun to be back on the floor and see teams play. It's just good. A lot of work has gone into getting the games on, and it's been really bumpy. Tremendous effort's been made. It's fun to have it back.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin with the very latest Monday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+.
Holiday season, so everybody needs a little more cash in their pocket, so it's time to get you paid here on Prime Time. Alongside Emmett Golden, I'm Dallin Cuff. Primetime on ESPN Radio is built by the Home Depot. News from Primetime Nation. Just hit us up on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed, at Dallin Cuff, at eGoldie80. Let's get you a quick whip around the college football scores right now in the Iron Bowl. Bama has never been in doubt. They're up 28-6 over Auburn in the third quarter right now. Pitt just getting trapped to 10 at the half. The first time Trevor Lawrence is back since October 24th, and he's been outstanding as their defense has been as well. And also Northwestern and Michigan State. This is the big game, folks. 17-13, Michigan State is up on number 8 Northwestern. They are undefeated right now, and that is the wild card in the college football playoff mixture right now with the Wildcats, or the Fighting Reese Davises, as I know you, Joey Galloway, Emmett Golden, others like to call them.
I love that. Best nickname ever, best nickname ever. And I love that they've embraced it. That's my favorite part about it is they heard it and they said, okay, all right, and they owned it. And I love when guys can take something that I know Joey says wasn't meant to be disrespectful, but I love that they found a way to kind of rally around that and do some good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you watch that clip and the way Joey says it and every word you hear, yeah, that was meant to be disrespectful. So I don't know why he walked that back, but that's a different discussion. Quick news for you, and the Ravens-Steelers game has been pushed back not once but twice now. We're looking at Tuesday. 18 players in the reserve COVID-19 list this week and are currently left with just 2 quarterbacks, 6 offensive linemen, and 3 defensive linemen on their current active and practice squad rosters. So that game is Tuesday. I don't know any person that's crazy. I honestly don't even know if it's on the board right now, given all the movement of players and whatnot in terms of betting lines. We'll get to getting you paid in just a second. As it relates to the Ravens-Steelers game, what is your thought on this situation of pushing games back? And should there be a forfeit here for the Ravens, given that this was a negligent employee that has caused this outbreak?
Yeah, I feel like if you can prove that there was negligence by one team, that team should forfeit. Now, what blows me away is evidently there's a rule that team gets paid. I don't know how the players approve that because I know I wouldn't have. I would have said, no, if we did everything right, we should still get a game check even if the game isn't played because of how important it is to do the right things. And that is the one that it just blows my mind that it looks like forfeiting will not be an option because everybody wants to get paid and they're just going to keep pushing the games back a week 18 and God forbid something like this happens in the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's the thing I think folks need to understand, too. And yes, a lot of these players are multi-millionaires. But actually, the majority of players in the NFL,
they aren't.
The league minimum, $500,000, $600,000 a year, up to $1 or $2 million. Now, we're not saying that's not nothing. Obviously not. But those are guys that aren't banking generational wealth. And a lot of these guys may not be in the league past the expectancy is like 3 years and like 4 months. So you may not make it that much. So you need to make all the money you can at this point in time. So I wish they would have had a little more foresight into the forfeit situation and just said, hey, if a team is proven guilty, they have to forfeit. They pay the winning team's checks. They pay their team. They pay. If it wasn't a player and that player in violation, you can punish him as you see fit. But somebody has to have a cost because somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose to move the season forward. I think they just missed on that. Those guys need to get paid. All right, I'm alongside Emmett Golden. I'm Dallin Cuff. I like a couple games here in the NFL slate tomorrow. Bills at the Chargers. And this game, the spread of it concerns me. The over, though, I really like. The over is 50, two teams, folks, just in case you're novices in the betting world. A total of over 53 points. The Bills have the league best right now. They're 8-2, and their game's hitting the over right now. That's outstanding. They put up enough on Justin Herbert, like where their team is. I'm going to go with the Chargers right now. Chargers-Bills in the over situation, so all I want is points.
Okay, so you're not saying the Chargers are going to beat the Bills. That's not what you're saying, but you think that they score a lot of points.
That's all I'm looking for. I think this game is played in the 30s or 30 in a high 20 or both in the 30s, and that would get me over that 53 number I'm looking for. The other game I like is the Hawks at the Eagles, another over. Going to Seahawks at the Eagles are going to go over 50. We talked about in the last segment the Seahawks defense, their pass defense is a problem. That should help guys like Tyler Fulgham and other guys get off on the Eagles side. Also, Carson Wentz, though, what you want a lot of times when you're looking for the over is turnovers, short fields. My man can't hold on to the rock. Interceptions, fumbles. So, hey, give me some short fields. Give that to Russell Wilson. Let's have quick drive. Let's have some points. I think the over in the 50 here, I like that play a lot. Those are my two in the NFL side of things. Let's talk about your Brownies. They're going on the road. -6 of the Jags. I looked at this and thought about it. I know they haven't played in good weather in a while. Baker's really bad against the spread as a road. Don't love it, but you're the hometown guy. They're playing Mike Glennon. What do you think?
So for me, when I look at this, the over is at 48.5, and the Browns haven't played in good weather in like a month. And again, they're facing a backup quarterback. So I want the over because the Browns are also going to be without Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward, their two best players on defense. So while Glennon is a backup to the backup to the backup to the backup, I see a lot of points being scored in this game. I think the Browns win by more than 7, but I definitely think they eclipse that 48.5.
Would you be bold enough? Because you just said you think they win by more than 7 on the road. Would you be bold to go both ways? To go the over play the spread?
Yep. Woo! Yep, I would. For this game, I would.
Okay. I like it. All right, those are our getting you paid. We gave you 2 picks. No, college basketball did start this past Wednesday. I know folks aren't necessarily dialed in. But if you want to tune away from some football tomorrow, we are on, I say we, because I'll be in studio with Danny Manning, newly part of the ESPN crew, former national champion with the Kansas Jayhawks. And Sean Farnham and I will be in studio for the 1 o'clock game. Richmond on the road to Kentucky. The Richmond Spiders, folks, are legit. They got a ton of great talent coming back on a team that was really good last year that could have made a run in the NCAA tournament. They're going on the road to Kentucky. They're getting 7 points. Give me the points. Give me the points in the Spiders. There's your pick in ESPN college basketball. Would you dabble in any basketball right now?
Not right now. I wouldn't touch it right now because I have no idea what's going on for me in college basketball.
All right, well, I'll shoehorn some more information into our shows as we go forward here, and we'll get you on the college basketball side. When we come back, though, back to college football. Trevor Maddich, Brad Edwards join us. Big things going on with Northwestern Michigan. We catch Michigan State. We'll catch you up on that game and where we're going after that. Come back. Coming up on Prime Time.
It's Shea Pepler, Cornette, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin back on Monday, recapping a busy Week 12 in the NFL, including a battle of Super Bowl MVPs. Keyshawn, 6 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes, it can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at Advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiable. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. You're at 687-5192.
For years, you've been thinking about getting LASIK. You've been talking about getting LASIK. And now, right now, you could save $1,000 on your treatment. So schedule your free LASIK exam today. Call 844-211-2020 or visit LASIK1000.com. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, or have astigmatism, LASIK Plus may help in patient-focused experience. You'll be treated by Dr. Joseph Thomas, one of America's most experienced LASIK providers with over 55,000 procedures performed. Call 844-211-2020 or visit LASIK and schedule your free LASIK exam to save $1,000. That's 844-211-2020 or visit LASIK1000.com. $1,000 discount applies to treating both eyes with wave-light procedure. Must mention this ad at center and be treated. Patients age 40 and over will likely experience the need for reading glasses. Results may vary. See details at LASIK1000.com.
Lindsay Honda puts the no in November with better than Black Friday deals on all 2020 Hondas in stock. The one time a year you want no interest financing on over 1,000 Hondas going on now.
No down payment, no first month's payment, and no interest financing.
On a 2020 Honda Civic, $179 a month, or Honda Accords or CRVs, only $249 a month or 0%.
Honda makes the cars, Lindsay makes the difference. See lindsayhonda.com for details.
James Laurinaitis here for my guys at Green & Sons, the premier Kubota dealership in Central Ohio. Green & Sons has all the Kubotas you need to tackle your land and come out a winner, from 18 to 171 horsepower and also utility vehicles. My favorite is my RTV Sidekick. The best thing about Green & Sons is they've been family owned and operated since 1970, and you will love dealing with the Green family and their winning team. Do what I did and check out Green & Sons or online at greenandsons.com for all your Kubota needs.
I fell in love with Stephanie because she has the kindest heart, so when I proposed, it had to be the diamond she deserved to wear. Hi, I'm Josh.
And I'm Stephanie. When Josh proposed, I was super excited. It meant so much to me.
I did my research. Forever Mark diamonds are the best, and the company gives back.
It means so much that they support women and nature. Plus, this diamond is the most sparkly. My friends went crazy.
Show your love with the diamond is perfect at the Diamond Seller.
James Laurinaitis here for Custom Air, and looking at the long-range forecast, it doesn't look like we're going to have much of a fall season weather-wise. But that's Ohio. You can go from hot to cold in a day. That's why I always try to be one step ahead and have Custom Air make certain that both my air conditioner and furnace, I do know for certain, should I run into a problem, Custom Air is always there when I need them, and they deliver on what they promise. That's how they do things. It's the Custom Air way. Custom Air, custom solutions, custom comfort. CustomAirColumbus.com.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus, The Fan.
This is SportsCenter.
With breaking news into ESPN Radio SportsCenter, the Detroit Lions have fired head coach Matt Patricia and general manager Bob Quinn. Lions 4-7 this season, 13-29-1 since Patricia took over nearly 3 seasons ago. ESPN Lions reporter Mike Rothstein, the only guys that won't be around next year.
I think you're going to see a lot of roster overturn, a lot of roster turn, but it's going to all depend on who they hire as general manager and then as head coach. And you kind of go from there. And I think that those people will have to decide whether they want to live by the philosophy of we will keep whatever good players we have and work our scheme, so we're going to just get rid of them.
Offensive coordinator Darrell Bevell has been named the interim head coach. Steelers running back James Conner has tested positive for COVID-19. He's a cancer survivor and now awaits a second test result. He says he's in good health. The Steelers are now scheduled to play the Ravens on Tuesday night, and the Broncos have quarterbacks home due to COVID-19 contact tracing. The results of the tracing should be known Sunday morning. In college football, third quarter of the Iron Bowl. Right now, Alabama having its way with number 22 Auburn, 35-6 for the Crimson Tide. And third quarter underway in Death Valley. Does Pitt have a rally in it? Clemson, ranked third, leads the Panthers of Pitt 38-17. That game can be found on ABC television.
It's Jordan Cornette, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin are back previewing Monday Night Football. Can Carson Wentz figure it out against the Seahawks? Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin, Monday, 6 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio.
This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Northwestern trying to come back right now against Michigan State. If they remain undefeated, I think they would get blown out in the college football playoff. Let's find out if our experts agree with us in just a few minutes. You're listening to Prime Time. Alongside Emma Golden, I'm Dallin Cuff. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. This is a big deal. Cover what you've worked so hard for. Visit progressivecommercial.com. Big news today, obviously, Matt Patricia and Bob Quinn have been fired by the Detroit Lions. We'll talk a little bit more about that with Mike Tannenbaum coming up at 6:30, former GM for the Jets. Also, some more news in college football. The Atlantic Coast Conference announced Saturday the Miami at Wake Forest football game has been postponed. That game was scheduled to be played on Saturday, December 5th. That's next Saturday. The postponement follows positive tests, subsequent quarantining, and contact tracing within the Wake Forest football team. Miami's had their own issues earlier in the season. All right, let's get you caught up on a quick score. Michigan State, that is the game that's tight. Michigan State up still 17-13 over Northwestern late third quarter. Clemson is routing Pitt, and Auburn is getting destroyed by Alabama. Those are their two relevant races in the college football playoff picture. And now we're going to bring in our two experts, Brad Edwards, Trevor Matich. Fellas, great to have you back on with us. I want to talk about not necessarily this game. I mean, if Northwestern does come back and win, that's the intrigue right now. But is Northwestern, and I'll start with you, Trevor, even capable of being competitive in the college football playoff if you're looking at teams like Alabama, Notre Dame, Clemson, et cetera?
Not if their offense has to go out in the field. They have a really good defense, but in this day and age, defense is not the key. It's offense. And bless their hearts, Northwestern's offense is quite pedestrian. They don't run the ball that. They're not particularly explosive in the passing game. They will make key plays at key moments. And that's one thing that they do really well. They complement their defense by doing the right things in the right moments to help their defense win games for them. But in this day and age, you need to keep up in a track meet with the likes of Alabama and Clemson. And if you can't do that, I don't care how good your defense is, you're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. And so I don't know that they are built to compete at the highest level in the playoff right now.
And that's exactly why Northwestern's best chance to win the Big Ten title is for Ohio State to not be eligible to play in it because of one more COVID-canceled game. That would still require the Big Ten to leave the rule as is and not decide to change it in order to help Ohio State get into the playoff. But even in the Big Ten championship game, I see what Trevor just described is what would take place if Northwestern played Ohio State.
Now, guys, I ask you this question every time you join us. So in an effort to keep things fresh, I'll reword it. Will Matt Patricia be the only Michigan head coach to get fired this weekend?
Wow. I can't see Michigan firing Jim Harbaugh during the season. I just can't see that happening.
Yeah, what's the point? I mean, it's obviously a bad year. It's been a bad year for a while. I mean, really ever since week 2 for Michigan. We know they're going to get blown out by Ohio State. And by the way, if there's anything that Harbaugh could do to really rally his fan base behind him, it would be for him. And I know this is going to be poorly taken as a joke because COVID is a serious thing. But if Michigan's team came down with enough play that game against Ohio State and and by doing so, kept the Buckeyes from being eligible to play for the Big Ten title, and it ultimately kept them out of the playoff, there would be a lot of Michigan fans that would be happy about that. I realize we're talking about something serious and that this is only football, but it'd be the best case for Michigan as far as that game goes, because if they step on the field and play it, ones that we've seen in the last few years where, I mean, look, the Michigan teams that have previously been blown out by Ohio State have been much better than this one.
Wow. You know what, though? I think one of the things for Michigan fans that tell you that you've got to make a change is that while Michigan clearly is moving in the opposite direction of Ohio State, they're not getting closer to the Buckeyes, they're getting farther away. They just saw Michigan fans just saw Indiana go to Columbus and take Ohio State down to the wire, only lost that game by a touchdown. Indiana is getting closer to Ohio State while Michigan is getting farther away.
Guys, if/when Michigan makes a move, do you think that Luke Fickell will be one of the guys that they'll try, to bring up there and maybe get, an Ohio guy to go Bo Schembechler on them and kind of get Michigan back to the glory days?
Luke Fickell, because he played at Ohio State, okay, I cannot see him taking the Michigan job. I don't know if it's impossible. I realize that he was kind of passed over for an opportunity to be the Ohio State head coach, and maybe he feels like he should have gotten a shot and didn't, but that's a large plate at Ohio State to take the Michigan job.
Oh, plus I think if he did, Urban Meyer would beat him up. I mean, physically, he would beat him up with his fists. That's one thing. Another thing is, if Luke Fickell went to Michigan, he would have to then refer to Ohio State as, I don't know that he can do that. The only thing I can think
doesn't have
of,
a good ring to it.
Right, yeah. But the thing is, I played with Kyle Whittingham at BYU. True Blue, Kyle Whittingham, goes up to be the head coach of Utah, BYU's biggest rival. Utah. And I'll tell you something, he has done wonders with that program, and I respect tremendously how Kyle Whittingham has built that Utah program. But for a BYU guy to go to Utah and do that means that for anybody else to go to their rival is not completely out of the question.
You listen to Prime Time alongside Emmett Golden. I'm Dallin Cuff. Brad Edwards, ball analysts for us, are joining us right now. Guys, we talked about Michigan there in a little bit. Let's get back into the Ohio State's conversation. Just because that's the news, really, that they are not playing and have a COVID issue right now. If Northwestern here if they fall within their next couple games, and there's no other undefeated team, but Ohio State is ineligible to get into by their rules, the Big Ten championship game. I know we kind of joke around about it, but do you think, what is the likelihood of them rewriting their rules to allow them to play if they're the only undefeated team in the conference, even if that's only 5-0, Brad?
I think there's a good chance they would do it, because my belief is probably 50% of the reason Big Ten teams are even out there playing football right now is because they wanted to give Ohio State a chance to play for the national title. I don't mean the other teams in the Big Ten did. I mean the Big Ten office wanted Ohio State to have a chance to win the national championship this year. And if they're undefeated and don't get a chance to do that, what was the point of doing all this for the Big Ten? I mean, other than money. So I would be surprised.
What's wrong with money?
What's wrong with that?
And they know nothing's wrong with money there. That's
I think it's
motivator.
absolutely in the cards for the Big Ten to change the rules and allow Ohio State a way to get in. But if they're going to do it, they better do it now. Do it before they have the next game canceled. Don't wait until after it and then change the rule and pull the rug right out from under Indiana.
Oh, well, here's the problem. Yeah, Indiana. See, that's the thing. Indiana sits there at 5-1 now. Their only loss is to Ohio State. If COVID makes it so that Ohio State is not eligible to play in the Big Ten championship game, regardless of record, because their total number of games got too low, then it looks like Indiana would be that team to represent the Big Ten East. If the Big Ten changed the rule to allow Ohio State to play anyway, it would be at Indiana's expense, and that would be wailing and gnashing of teeth and legitimate complaints forever.
They did beat Indiana. They did beat Indiana, but I do want to ask on the CFP reveal on Tuesday in the terms of the rankings, was your alma mater BYU coming in at 14? How do you explain that? And is there? I know they said they play anybody, anytime, anywhere, and Washington raised their hand and they said, "No, we're good." Is there anything they can do to rectify this to try to get themselves in the mix?
I don't know that they can, just because the committee is not making any adjustments for what COVID has done to schedules. At least their first ranking this past week seems to indicate that, because they talked about how BYU's schedule didn't warrant them being a top 10 team. Okay, I get that. The schedule was destroyed because of COVID. I get that. But when you watch BYU on tape, I think most people agree they ought to be in the 7, 8, 9, 10 range, because that's how solid they are and how complete they are. I thought that the committee would elevate what they see on tape and diminish the schedule and the importance of the schedule, because COVID has been so crazy in making different things happen to different schedules all over the country. But in their first ranking, they didn't do that. They kept them at about the same balance we're accustomed to seeing. So if that's what they continue to do, BYU doesn't have a chance. There's really nothing they can do to get back up into a playoff contention. New Year's Six is still a possibility, but they would need some help.
Yeah, that's the big thing. As long as BYU can eventually get high enough to be able to play in a New Year's Six game, I think that they've accomplished the most that they were going to be able to accomplish this year. They were never going to end up in the playoff anyway, but it would be, in my opinion, a travesty on a sports level for BYU to finish off this season and not be allowed to play in a New Year's Six game.
And then lastly, guys, the Heisman race has had a monkey wrench thrown in it all year. You think it's Trevor Lawrence. You think it's Justin Fields. Who is the leader and the front runner for the Heisman right now?
I would say Kyle Trask of Florida. He has not had a running game or a defense to help him like Mac Jones has, like Trevor Lawrence has, Justin Fields, when you look at the best quarterbacks. And maybe that is even better for him. That means he's had to be in more high-scoring games, and he's had to throw the ball because the running game didn't do it. He came into this week with 31 passing touchdowns, which is by far the highest among the contenders. And so I think that you could make a good case that for now, subject to change, is Trask.
The last few weeks, Kyle Trask has seemed to be the slight leader, but I think the key is that he's only a slight leader. There's a pack of guys who are all right there with him, and because of that, it's hard to see Kyle Trask winning the Heisman if Florida doesn't win the SEC. Because if they go out there, and even if he throws for a lot of yards and a lot of touchdowns in the SEC championship game, if they lose to Mac Jones in Alabama, more than likely Mac Jones will have also thrown for a lot of yards and a lot of touchdowns. And in that case, I don't think Kyle Trask is winning it. So as much as people want to say he's the favorite, can he be the favorite if Florida is not the favorite to win the SEC?
Well, he's in the favorite of the moment, and in the age of social media, it is the moment.
It's all
that
about
matters.
the moment.
That's
well, the
right.
moment would be wrong then.
Yeah, well, the moment is no longer the moment in just a moment.
You guys argue the moment. I argue that it's the betting odds, and right now Trevor Lawrence is plus 1,000. So let's not forget that he's still in the mix, and that's a great odds if you want to make some money. He's thrown for 352 yards today and 2 touchdowns, and light work for him. So
someone is going to win that trophy on their performance on December 19, the day of the conference championship games.
Okay, wait. Does that mean that if you bet $1 and he wins the Heisman, you get $1,000?
No, that means if I bet 10, you're winning 10-1. So I would get you're 10-1 odds. So if I bet $10, I can win 100.
But okay, so you're confusing people like me by saying it's plus 1,000.
But
me too,
sorry,
Trevor.
10-1 odds. So you bet 100, you win it.
Trevor's way out of his lane now.
They do it based on if you win 100, you win 1,000.
Yeah,
That's
he's
how it's
driving
plus
with
1,000.
2 wheels on the grass.
I don't know how to throw dice.
Well, fellas, I'll tell you what. Put some money on Trevor Lawrence if you like. Great stuff. We appreciate it as always. Enjoyed having you guys on. Up next on Primetime, we may have a winner for our 2020 bingo sheet. What a year.
Primetime on ESPN Radio is built by the Home Depot.
The rate more players test positive for COVID, one of them being Lamar Jackson.
This would be classified as an outbreak.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin with the very latest Monday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies, and rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, for a man age 45 non-tobacco user, it's $1 million of coverage at $75 per month, level rate for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110 per month, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rate guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote at 1-866-929-1950. That's 1-866-929-1950. You're probably paying more than you should. Call Term Busters at 1950. That's 1-866-929, number 1-866-929-1950. Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes for preferred non-tobacco underwriting. Exam required to qualify.
Keeping you entertained with our vast selection of hot takes and play-by-play for over 25 years. Proud to be your home of the Buckeyes, the Fan, Ohio sports destination.
The wait for the holidays is over, America. It's time to make some joy. And we're here to help with the Ford Built for the Holidays sales event. We're offering the best deals of the season across the Ford lineup, so you can road in a Ford Expedition. Bring home a tree that's bigger than you ever have with a built Ford Tough F-150. And find new ways to make the holidays bright this year when you visit your local Ford dealer. The joy is up to you, America, so let's get to it. Ford, built for the holidays.
At Mighty to take care of your car, from brakes to tires to oil to everything. You can count on Midas to tell you what needs fixing now and what can wait. So, whether your check engine light just went on or you remembered that it's time for your regularly scheduled oil change, now is the time to head over to your locally owned and operated Midas. We'll tell you what needs fixing now and what can wait. Come on by and see us for brakes, tires, oil, every Midas touch.
When it comes to my family's health care, I want the highest quality care possible. That's why I choose Buckeye Health Plan. Buckeye covers our doctor, dental, and vision visits, as well as at no cost to me. I earn rewards for getting checkups and making other healthy choices. I rely on Buckeye for a ride to my doctor and for expert medical advice from their 24-hour nurse line. You have quality. Choose Buckeye. Go to choosebuckeye.com to find out how.
Morning Juice.
Put them in my mouth. Yep, they're good. That's what you always say, Shorty. Yeah, I know. Sweet and sweet, just like me.
Morning Juice.
Sponsored by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
With United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, there's so much to take advantage of, like free annual eye exams to help you see more clearly.
Wow.
Plus, get free designer frames and free prescription lenses. It's time to take advantage. To learn more, visit AdvantageWow.com.
Vision benefits vary by plan and are not available with all plans. Additional charges may apply for out-of-network services. Annual routine eye exam and $100 to $400 allowance for covered eyewear every 1 to 2 years.
Wow.
I'm not going very far. It's too uncomfortable.
I'm in a hurry. Sometimes I just forget.
There's no such thing as a good excuse for not buckling up. You're not only putting yourself at risk of injury or death, it could also cost you lots of money. Cops are writing tickets, so why take the risk? Do the smart thing and start buckling up. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
Enjoy all the football this weekend. And remember to join us for Reaction Monday to break it all down.
Sponsored by Taco Bell.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Here's a news flash for you, Bruce Arians. You're the problem.
You know, there is real tension, right? I mean, like almost like, you know, Arians was watching some sort of movie and said, I thought you'd be bigger.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin with the very latest Monday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+.
Can you still be the most feared person on the planet at the age 54? Is he still Iron Mike Tyson? You're listening to Primetime alongside Emmett Golden. I'm Dallin Cuff. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. All guests appear via the Shell. Some news right now coming down pretty quickly here. The Broncos had their Jeff Driscoll had a COVID issue, but now Adam Schefter is reporting that no quarterbacks are eligible tomorrow for the Broncos game against the Saints. None were The most 2020 scene of all, Schefter tweets, Denver's quarterbacks were deemed high-risk, close contacts because they were not wearing their masks. The Broncos will hit the field Sunday against the Saints without a QB.
Wow.
Yeah, so
wow.
What we talked earlier about, like, if you don't play, your players don't get paid. Is this kind of a situation where, like, they're out of the race, so they almost just try to do their guys a solid and just give them a paycheck?
Yeah, I like the first question that came to my mind is, so what's the crack postponed? Because it seemed like it will fit. It seems like this would be a situation where the NFL would go, hey, you don't want to, you already, football's a violent game and coronavirus is raging right now. So by having these guys play, you're still going to put them in danger, but you're putting them in even more danger. You're going to have what are you going to put a receiver back there to try to play some quarterback? You're just going to come and run the ball. It makes me wonder, how does the NFL decide if a game will be postponed or not? Because this seems like one that should be.
Well, the thing is, Emmett, though, I think if this happens in September, they postpone it. October, they postpone it. We're crossing into December here shortly. They're running out of days. That's the issue. They don't want to add an 18th week. You don't want to have this impact things on the back end with the playoffs and the Super Bowl. And the Saints have no bye week left. And the Broncos have no bye week left. I believe they had an issue earlier this year with the Chargers where some things got moved around. So they're kind of, between a rock and a hard place here. So it ends up being that we're just going to play this game and see how it goes. You're listening to Primetime alongside Emmett Golden. I'm Dallin Cuff. We teased this. We want to talk about it. There is a fight happening tonight, and I guess I use the term fight loosely.
It's a boxing match.
A boxing match. Two of the greatest boxers of all time. Mike Tyson, at one point the most feared man on the planet, and as a kid that was born in 1983, he still is in my head as the 1988 Mike, knocking Leon Spinks through the ropes in, what was that, 86? But he's 54. Roy Jones, 51. You have shelled out not the full $50, but $25 for the fight. So tell me why.
The fight, I don't really want to see it, but I feel like I have to see it. I feel like I have to know what happened. My brother-in-laws, both of them, and myself, we're all boxing fans. And usually when there's a pay-per-view, one of us gets it and, we watch it. Now, I text my brother-in-law and I said, hey, are you getting the fight? He said, not for $50, man. He said, not for $50. I said, well, how about 25? Because for $25, I can actually, feel okay with putting that down to see what happens. My thing is, I like both these guys as fighters, and I don't want to see either one of them get hurt, but I watch boxing matches to see knockouts and to see hard punches. The rules are all funky on this, where if anybody gets cut at any time, they're stopping the fight. But if you knock someone out, isn't it over anyway? So just for the novelty going on, but I don't really want to. I don't really want to watch it.
It's just sad because, in all honesty, Tyson was the most recognizable athlete on the planet, you could argue, in the late 80s, right before the loss in Tokyo to Buster Douglas. Roy Jones is up there, too. In the heyday. Boxing was in its heyday. And this is the problem, is we have it's so away from go back to guys that were 20 and 30 years ago in their prime to actually generate any discussion about it most of the time, to have people, actually casual fans, know what we're talking about.
Yeah, and the pre-fight press conference left a lot to be desired, too. They asked Roy, what's your plan? I tell you the plan is going to sound wrong, and it might be wrong, so I can't say it right, so it might be what it is, or something it was really random and hard to understand, and I was just thinking, oh, God, I don't want to see these guys fight. But the novelty of it, I almost have to, so that's why I will be watching this later on tonight.
The press conference afterward might be the best part. It's one of Tyson's worst and best lines ever. I want to eat as hard as one of his children. All praise be to Allah. That was unfortunate situation for Tyson. All right, up next, how does Denver prepare without a quarterback, and who should Detroit's next head coach be? We answer that with a former GM next on ESPN Radio.
Don't miss a minute of Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Just tell your smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. Check him out Monday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN News. On ESPN Radio and on ESPN News.
Anyone who has ever needed self-storage knows what a hassle it can be. You have to rent or borrow a truck and then find someone to help you move your stuff. And let's face it, moving furniture and heavy items without damaging them isn't easy. Renting the unit is worse. The hidden fees and admin costs are scarier than the dingy facilities you're leaving your stuff in. Why not use Closet Box instead? Home. They'll pick up your belongings, store them securely, and bring any item back when you need it. The best part? Unlike traditional self-storage, you only pay for what you store. No paying for unused storage space. Closet Box's background check storage movers are licensed, bonded, and insured and will take care of all of the heavy lifting. Closet Box's local storage centers are temperature controlled and monitored 24/7. Closet Box has an A+ rating from the BBB. Call 877-233-5696 now for the season's best rates. Get $50 off first month storage using code Radio50. That's 877-233-5696. 877-233-5696.
The sports destination.
When I needed help lowering my energy use, Columbia Gas was there for me. They sent a certified energy auditor to install energy-saving products and evaluate my safety of my natural gas furnace. The best part? This comprehensive home energy audit was free. Now they're helping me get rebates that can save me up to 50% on my qualified upgrades.
Schedule your free audit through December 31st with a promo code radio at columbiagasohio.com/home energy audit or call 877-644-6674.
No matter how early you're up or how late you're running, when you start your day at Speedway, we've got what you need to have a good morning, safely. Always fresh coffee to wake you up, cold drinks and snacks to keep you going, plus a full tank to get you where you need to go. So however you start your day, we'll help make your morning a safe one and a good one. Because when you get off, you go on to a better day. The convenience stores of Speedway. Now buy 3 Red Bulls and save 10 rewards.
The wait for the holidays is over, America. It's time to make some joy. And we're here to help with the Ford Built for the Holidays sales event. We're offering the best deals of the season across the Ford lineup, so you can road trip with the whole family comfortably in a Ford Expedition. Bring home a tree that's bigger than you ever have with a built Ford.
There's no live stream at this time. We'll see you back here for There's no live stream at this time. We'll see you back here for the next broadcast. In the meantime, explore TuneIn's bottomless library of live sports, music, news, and podcasts. There's no live stream at this time. We'll see you back here for the next broadcast. In the meantime, explore TuneIn's bottomless library of live sports, music, news, and podcasts. There's no live stream at this time. We'll see you. In the meantime, explore TuneIn's bottomless library of live sports, music, news, and podcasts. There's no live stream at this time. We'll see you back here for the next broadcast. In the meantime, explore TuneIn's bottomless library of live sports, music, news, and podcasts. There's no live stream at this time. We'll see you back here for the next broadcast. In the meantime, explore TuneIn's bottomless library of live sports, music, news, and podcasts. There's no live stream at this time. We'll see you back here for the next broadcast. In the meantime, explore TuneIn's bottomless library of live sports, music, news, and podcasts. There's no live stream at this time. We'll see you back here for the next broadcast. In the meantime, explore TuneIn's bottomless library of live sports, music, news, and podcasts.